For me. When I'm on? Yeah, go, go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early lights what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous and the bombs burst in air gave proof through the night that our flags were still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banners yet waves o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Now we're going Canadian, okay?
Ô Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front est ceint de fleurons glorieux, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Yeah! Welcome once more for today's coverage of Cup Karts Canada. So far, we've seen CKNA competition for the Canada Grand Nationals produce some wild moments with some drivers off of the grass, some three-wide battlings, some passes in the grass even, if you will. But today, it's the big day. It's the finals. And it's the opportunity for the top teams to get themselves some victories. We start off today's 18-lap feature schedule with the Junior B Final. The Juniors brought to you by HM Propeller as we're just about ready to go here on KC Premium. I'm Justin Prince, alongside camera Reed for today. Frederic is down pit side once again here for today's festivities. As you see, all the drivers are excited and ready to go, Cameron. Keep in mind, it was important to be able to run up at the front for the juniors and the senior lights to avoid this run-through. But if you're some of these drivers, you're on the bright side. You have a chance to at least win the B final and finish up your weekend strong.
Yeah, unfortunate for some of these drivers as they will not transfer over into the A main that we will see later on today, but still have a great opportunity here to put on a show for us as they hit the track. We'll get to racing here soon.
And all the drivers will now hit the racetrack as we start things off. Victoria Nico Leveda will start up at the front of the field with Hugo Tremblay down in second. Christopher Goulet is a surprising one down here. One of the drivers who showed speed yesterday was start in third. Yves Barreau down in fourth position. Then it's Maxime Berard with Samuel Warrior in the top four. Ormo and Domorado on with Shell in England. Amongst your top 10 in this field, keep in mind, these drivers, some of them had the difficult part of actually trying to make their way through the pack yesterday, Cameron. And now, at the very least, they'll be at the front of a pack. The question will be which one will come on top as we look at the rest of your 16-car grid.
Yeah, just because our drivers are here in this B main does not mean that they don't have speed. It could just be a simply unfortunate weekend for them. For the likes of Christopher Goulet as a prime example of that, a driver that we've seen at the front of the field countless laps throughout yesterday's events, but ultimately a crash towards the end of Heat 1 forced him to start in the back of Heat 2 where he wasn't quite able to get up as far as he would have liked, which ultimately puts him here. So could be a very similar story for some other drivers in this field. But as they fall into the tram lines, asked to get a little bit slower. We'll see if the pace is good enough for them here. And green flag is thrown. We saw a few drivers on that outside lane start to come out the tram lines, but ultimately everybody slots into line so far. 2 and 3 wide through turn 2. A little bit of contact there, but there you guys have it. Oh, one driver off in the grass towards the middle of the pack. But ultimately, Christopher Goulet able to get a nice jump out in the front. And a battle for second on back continues.
Off to a wild start, hearing that's going to be the 621 that had the issues. In terms of that situation, going to put them off the racetrack. Everybody else going to get themselves all sorted out for the time being as we go about now. Keep in mind, as they continue to battle out, and Samuel Warrior trying to get himself back going after the off-track situation, there's a lot more laps than yesterday, to say the very least. Yesterday, you combine the two heats, close to the lap count today. You're basically running, essentially, that plus 2 laps here for your finals this afternoon and throughout the morning. So how much do you that now factor in terms, especially knowing they put a lot of laps already on the tires as it is, and now you have a long race here today to close up the day for every one of these karts.
Yeah, it's extremely crucial to keep yourself calm and be patient, as this is over double the times of the sessions that we ran yesterday, those only being 8 laps. So keeping the kart calm and collected, not sliding around, not trying to push too hard on those opening laps, so that you have a little bit of tire left over come laps 16, 17, and 18 is extremely crucial. So I don't think that we will see these drivers pop fast laps here in the opening 5 or 6 laps. They are aiming for their tires to come in the middle of this race and hopefully still have a little bit left over come those battles on the last laps. As you see a 2-driver breakaway here and then a fight for third and fourth as one driver goes down the inside there, able to make it stick down the back straightaway and coming across the front straightaway now.
You've seen how some of the drivers in that respective group all work together behind Perard as they go about here. And again, teamwork going to be critical in terms of coordination. We have more drivers off the racetrack. That's Palermo going the wrong way. As that cart, I think they just got it stuck trying to go over the hillside.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Palermo. Looks like he just got a little bit high-centered on that grass, but there's still a battle here going on for Perard and Tremblay. Looks like Tremblay might not be too excited to sit back in the fourth position for now. You might see a move attempt happen here soon coming down the back straightaway. Let's see if he'll be able to get a run down the inside of Perard. It's a run up to the rear bumper, and there you have it. He pulls out. He's now going to try to go down the inside. You see Perard try to defend, but he's unable to make it happen. He'll bring another driver along with him.
If they always get all single filed out once again, either way, behind Tremblay, as Burchill is your biggest mover so far in this one. So the 648 able to make some cuts from Perth, Ontario so far. Up 7 was one of the drivers who took part in some club racing recently at Lombardy Raceway. In terms of their speed, was in 4th actually in a junior race recently, but also last year in Cup Karts Canada competition. We've seen them amongst the top 10 competitors week in, week out. So looking pretty steady on the improvements there in that 648 camp. And that's kind of what you have to do in this type of race here is take what you can, get the best finish up the weekend, as there's a little bit of a slide for the Sony. Actually checked up Perard a little bit, it looked like, as that will end up losing them time.
Yeah, that's not really what you want to be doing on these early laps. Sliding the tires ultimately what adds a bunch of heat. And so if he keeps doing that, it's very possible he could not have the tire there towards the end of the race, as he still feels confident he'll go down the inside. Move the 648 of Burchill up another position. Now up 8 spots for the race so far. Only 4 laps in. So he's been able to do well up to this point.
Right now looking pretty steady though for one of the HM propellers that we've seen in the mix there. They go about right now. That bluish machine continue to ride for Perard to figure out where they can go next. Rather, Claro is the one behind. That's going to be one of the Vancouver Racing machines. And then Perard is the one on the trail trying to recover from the previous situation. But we're almost coming up to start lap 6 here so far. Goulet and Nico Leva have controlled things up at the very front of the field. They are looking pretty steady here, as you can see. They pulled more than 4+ seconds with how much they've been working together. It's now 5.3.
Yeah, super quick pace here for Goulet and Nicolavia, as they are pretty much a second per lap quicker than Burchill and company from third on back. So, based off those last couple of laps, they're pulling a considerable amount. Time after time, every time we cross the line here, pulling nearly a second gap.
And right now this continues to look very, very solid for them as they go about here. So it becomes the question for some of the others. As you see in the background, Burchill is breaking away from the others. Is there anything the others can do, you think, to close up 5 seconds? We've seen it possible, but I think with this package is still going to be a lot to be desired here. Close up a full straightaway here.
There is a lot of laps left in this race, but unfortunately, if they are unable to pick up the pace at least another 7/10, they will not be able to catch that time by. Christopher Goulet ran a 104.7. Jack Burchill only a 105.4. So that gap is still opening up 7 to 8 tenths per lap. We need to see a big jump in pace from Burchill if he wants to have an attempt at those top two drivers, or if Goulet and Nicolavia start to battle pretty hard, Burchill might have a shot to come back up into this one. But the unfortunate part for Burchill is he doesn't have any help at the moment either, as they start to walk away from Clarox and Tremblay. So he has no draft, and unfortunately just the pace is not quite there for what Goulet and Nicolavia are putting down per lap.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, keep in mind there's a third pack too. England, Warriors back there right now. Demeron is also there. Chell is in the group also. Those cards have separated themselves with England, losing a couple spots. Remember that 621 who leads this essential group, who's now broken away from it because of the fighting you see with England and company. They were once those off the track on the opening lap. And this is the type of race that brings the opportunity to talk about some of the errors. Take, for example, Clayton England. He is from Little Britain, funnily enough, here in the province of Ontario. Today, England on his charge about where he started so far today, just trying to finish out as well as possible for their respective stake here.
Yeah, these drivers working well together, trying their best to pick up as many spots as they can to salvage the weekend. So England looking quick. He now sets his sights on the next driver in front of him. That will be the 621 of Samuel Warrior. As you can see, our drivers up at the front have now run back down Jack Burchill. So we'll see if Tremblay has something for him as he makes a little slide. That'll open the gap back up.
Again, separate the pack out. We're coming up past the halfway point this upcoming time by here in today's action here at Karting Academy. Now, the interesting thing I've noticed in terms of that conversation, in terms of some of those third pack also, checking some of the various social posts for England, and one of the main things you have to remember is some of the drivers are going to have a lot of experience here. We talked about over the weekend, Cameron. Others will have little to no track time previously that may have not ran in the Quebec racing scene, might be sticking to the Ontario circuits or over some of the tracks on the stateside. We've seen a lot of these drivers have to, in some cases in these packs, have to learn on the fly to be able to make sure they're best here today as we take a look at that battle for first and third. Right now, the top two working well in sync in terms of conversation point. But now here for this, Cameron, the big thing is third is still being pretty busy because Burchill might not be able to hold on fully for that third step of the podium here. Tremblay is right now on the rear end. You have Claro ready to go here. You have Berard that's been able to close up. You had Kutcher that's closed up also. A lot of these carts don't look like they're going to stay pretty stable here for passes in terms of staying still. You see that at the back of the group with some side-by-side costing both time.
Yeah, we talked about Burchill a little bit early on. He's up 8 position. He's fired off early. We saw a little bit of slide there and kind of mentioned, hey, he might not have the tires come the end of the race. He was able to pull a big gap there, but ultimately Tremblay and company able to bring it back up to him as he makes a big mistake there, popping the curb. He'll get sideways. That'll bring them all back into the mix. We'll see if Tremblay tries to take advantage of that mistake and move himself up into the third position. But ultimately, it looks like Tremblay, Clarox, Perard, they're coming to life now towards the end of this race, whereas Burchill might be struggling. As we make our way through turns 11 and 12, we'll see if Tremblay has anything for Burchill come to the back straightaway. Doesn't quite get the exit that he needs. He'll have to stay tucked in to maximize his draft. Perard pulls out, tries to make a pass, but ultimately Clarox will defend from that. He'll drop a tire as well. So that'll now bring Kutcher into the mix. Let's see, Kutcher will try to go down the inside of Perard. He'll have to slot back in as well.
Nothing doing in terms of the changes here still. All this again. Sees the setup for some of the drivers like Tremblay in particular we've seen over the course of the weekend. Very quiet from Gatineau, Quebec. Trying to ride along. Keep in mind also 605. Now, well, again, one of the other Quebec-based drivers with Ben Cooper Racing here. Mainly has run the Coupe de Montreal this year and DNF'd in that race. So just at this point, looking for a much better way to end off the weekend, not with a crash. Just trying to keep it clean is all you can really say here, because obviously the more momentum you can build up over the course of the season here at Cameron, the better for your events. Hold on one moment before that answer. Never mind. No switch around. I was about to say, if you want to be able to have success over the season, it's about sustaining momentum. If you start off with a couple of DNFs or a couple of bad races in a row or a bunch of bad races in a row, it hurts your overall confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah, running consistently at the front is extremely important to have a good season, and it all starts early on in the season from your first couple of races, kind of setting the tone for the work you put in the off season and setting the pace for the rest of the year. It's extremely difficult to overcome a few bad weekends, but got to set your head right and move on to the next one. So for a DNF, unfortunate for that weekend, but ultimately able to bounce back here as he'll go a little bit wide there. Looks like he's starting to struggle with the go-kart a little bit, sliding more around. Let's see if Tremblay will get a better run this time by on the straightaway. He'll try again. Maybe get a little bit of assistance from Clarox. He will. The two of them now will get past Birchill. Move them up into the third and fourth position. You see a little thumbs up there from Tremblay, thanking Clarox for that little push as he was unable to get by the lap before on his own.
And one thing I'm noticing here too in the midst of this that sets things up, by the way, for Birchill to reset the move. Some of these drivers really having a hard time keeping things really stable on the corner exit. Some twitchiness there, set up by Tremblay and a few of the others, allowed Birchill to make one of the passes back at least. How important it is to make sure you keep stability here where you don't have oversteer, if you will, coming across on the corner exit so you don't lose momentum.
It's definitely clear that some of these drivers are fighting with their go-kart. I think that ultimately might play into the pace slightly as Christopher Goulet and Nick Alavia are consistently still running around 6/10 quicker than these drivers here. So you see they try to carry a little bit too much speed into the low speed corners, causing a slide there, which ultimately just really binds down the go-kart and kills all of their momentum. Now you see Perard try to go back on the inside of Clarox. He'll be able to do so. You see a slide there once he makes it to the rumple strips. So just fighting a little bit with the go-kart, but ultimately adding that extra heat into the tires hurts him in the end.
And now with us coming up to 3 laps to go here, still third spot up for grabs, that Premier Karting machine. You see under pylon looking to try and hold on, but right now Birchill all over the rear end, trying to provide pressure, still trying to go. We've seen a lot of different organizations be a part of this weekend. You have some of the drivers we've seen that made their way when SH Karting that appeared in the Coupe de Montreal. They're fighting, but the race leaders are this far ahead already, taking the 3 to go mark. As you can see, the steel machine of Goulet still continues to hold on. Christopher continuing to drive out and pull a little gap now, starting to pick the tempo up.
With a 13-second gap to Birchill and company behind these two drivers, I think we can agree this is just going to be between these two drivers here. So as we come into these final laps, we'll see if Nick Alavia has anything for Goulet as we exit turn 13 here and make our way down the back straightaway. We'll see what Victoria is able to do. She'll stay contained and push for now.
So at this point, if you are Victoria, we know they're coming up to a couple laps to go. Where do you make the move if you are that 100 kart, knowing you've been riding with the best kart outside of yourself this entire race? Where's the pass?
Yeah, ultimately it'll depend on where she feels that she's better than him or able to get a better exit. Obviously both on the stealth machines here for Mark Steele. So I would imagine they have a very similar setup and most likely a very similar gear, just with the camaraderie and the teamwork that we've seen in the stealth camp before, in the Steel Motorsports camp, excuse me. So ultimately, I think for her, maybe going down the back straightaway on a lap like now with 2 to go, catch Christopher a little off guard might be the best play there if she feels comfortable with her defense. But ultimately, you could take your chances at trying to build up an over-under come time for that last lap once Christopher goes on the fence.
Here's the factor, though, coming up. With the whiteboard coming out, we're coming up towards traffic. Here's the defensive maneuvers again, off of the front. No change yet. Already seen black flags pop out just in front of them. And now, it becomes the question. Is it Goulet? Is it going to be Nicolaveda going to try to go forward? Victoria trying to find a way to get around without having a slow up. Goulet continues to ride well to the corners as they rumble their way up to the middle sector. Coming up towards the snail section, they'll go up towards 9, 10, and 11 down the hillside. They rumble. Now coming up to 13. They've reached the traffic. First lapper moves to the side with the blue flags. Now they have one more to feed them toe. Will Goulet be able to use that to their advantage? Christopher gets around the last of the lappers. Right now, Victoria sets up behind. Will there be a cut underneath for the first final of the day? Coming up down the front straight away, Goulet goes flag to win the B final for Junior.
Victoria Nicolavio will bring it home in second. Jack Burchill third. Hugo Tremblay fourth. Well, I'll take that back. Our drivers still have not passed the line. There they go. Now, correct. Jack Burchill third. Hugo Tremblay fourth. And Maxine Perard, P5. Great drive there for our junior drivers for our B final. As you can see the top 10 on your screen there. But we'll be back. Senior Light B final. It's coming at you soon after this short break.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Taking a look at karts as we go about, as we get set for our second final of the day. It's the B final, this time for senior lights. Once again, brought to you by Point Karting. As we get set to see how things go about here for this race. Remember, this field was massive. 78 drivers were fighting to make the feature alone here, Cameron. And right now, you have the drivers that didn't make the cut for the A final looking to battle it out for their final times today.
Yeah, again, these could all just be simply maybe a bad heat race there that put them into this B main. So I think we'll still have a show from these drivers as they're getting set to take the green flag here shortly. A solid group of drivers, you can see, still fills up your screen. As like Justin mentioned, nearly 80 drivers were in this class to get us started yesterday. Half the field here will make their way into the tram lines.
And it's going to be an interesting one. In particular, you had Nathan Woodbrazic up the front. You have Philippe Kingsley down there. Sean Evans. Remy Boulet didn't make it into the main cut, for example, to reset the field here this time. Some of the others of note that are in this field. Ben Lawrence is amongst those in the cut. Derek Murphy's down there also. There are amongst those running about 8th and 9th on the start here. Adam Goulet didn't make the cut. You had one of the Dendrons did not make it in Kea. You also had a lot of others like Samuel Dow who had troubles, were down in the order. Just some of the various names here scattered in. We have 28 that are in this field here for your senior light B final. After all, it's a big pack, and we seem pretty quickly we might see a runaway if the leaders start to squabble for throwing back and immediately let the top two fastest cars check out again.
As you see our drivers make their way back side by side. 28 drivers in this one. The rest of them will be in your A main later today. But it'll be Nathan Witzak and Felipe Kingsley leading us off here for an 18-lap final.
Pressure's going to be high for these drivers right now to get things done well. We've already seen one issue off the start. Remember, they weren't afraid to switch the first couple rows around if you weren't able to make the second attempt. And obviously, with a race like this, it's going to be a little bit more different for some of the drivers later on to battle. But right now, we're getting set to go. From Point Karting Senior Light, this is the B final once again here on Kart Chaser. How many happy with us today? You're from Quebec. A lot more slower this time as they all count down the pace. Now they wait. Green is signaled. We are underway. And off we go into the opening corner, side by side. No one able to get clear except for the leader. Everybody else looks to battle.
Side by side, all the way back down through this pack. You can see the mid pack there still side by side as one driver goes over the curb. They all funnel into line here. You can see the snake-like effect, if you want to call it that, down through this 28-car field. But ultimately, it's the 311 of Nathan Witzak still out front. but he is not alone. The whole train is still with him as we round out this first lap here.
Yeah, the choo-choo train continues to ride about in plot and plan as you see that difference compared to the calmness of that front straightaway, if you will, that they're about to rumble on through right now. It's currently Nathan's 311 machine that leads them off, though, if you will, amongst these karts on the racetrack. So, first lap goes the way of what, I think right now, amongst some of the drivers in the Intrepids from Brampton, Ontario. This past spring, rather, did take part in Spring Nats, was middle of the field in that one in a 32 kart field. Steady to begin, at least amongst this pack here today. Your biggest mover off the opening jump, by the way, had to go to the very back where Autumn Murphy, who had a couple crashes yesterday, has already got their way to 23rd. But no major breakaway this time. Seems like everyone else able to stay in the train for now, but will that last with two of the Sodis, some of the SH karting machines trying to get dirty versus some of the various other rival outfits. Now it's side by side for the race lead. This is going to see Sean Evans amongst those driving to the front.
Evans will bring Kingsley with him here. So now Sean Evans will lead us off with Felipe Kingsley into the third position. Kingsley thinks about it. He'll slot back into line. He ultimately went purple that lap with a 105.3. Nathan Witzak still in that third position. A little battling further on back will move Olsen up to fourth and LaBelle into the fifth position there. A little side-by-side action there from the Burrell. He'll go down on the inside of that Sodi machine as they will try to work together a little bit here. We'll see if he gets some assistance down this back straightaway in a few corners to pull back up to the back bumper of Caden Olsen. As they make it through turn 13 there. That is the 725 of Rumi Boulay, I believe. Now up on the back bumper of Olsen.
Now trying to just find a way to get them grouped up because it took an extra lap, but this time we are seeing the breakaway as a result of some of the squabbling here. Kingsley thought about a move for the race lead, doesn't take it though. Rolling a few laps into the run. A lot of people, though, this lap outside of our picture did shuffle, like Hopkins having issues on this lap, and a few others as they'll fall down the pylon. So there's a lot of potential off tracks, it seems, with them falling down as quick as they are here. That in mind here, this race brings a lot of competitors far and wide from Quebec, from Ontario especially as well, among some of the drivers we've talked about here. And a lot of these competitors, too, in this field in particular, noticing, do have the trend that they actually raced against each other in Toronto's club scene. That in particular, the Toronto Racing Association of Karters, that is a local group that runs over for its club program at Goodwood Kartways. So some of the drivers that are from that are right now looking pretty steady up in the front. They're 2 and 3 amongst those with experience there, all while Kingsley shuffled up to the front yet again for the SH Karting outfit. Yellow flags down the front straightaway from some of that issues. We mentioned you see some of the tire barriers have gone up actually from some of that at the front straightaway. That's from Gao amongst those who have issues this lap.
Yeah, a lot of drivers were able to travel in from this event and a handful from the States as well. But ultimately, Kingsley leads us off here. Everything seems to be in line between him and Sean Evans. Not too much battling at the moment, but we're only 5 laps into this one. Still got a lot of racing underway here as Witzak is trying his best to get back to the rear bumper of Evans to hold it into the draft. As you see, one pass there from a Kart Republic machine. Move the 341 up. That's Dylan Coleman. Move him up another position.
Alonso's cutting ahead up about 5 spots now in this one. Adam Goulet's up 7, by the way, in this lead train also. And we talked about the Argule in the previous race. Right now, Adam's circumstances in that point karting comp kart for Maribel. Looking to try and keep that going after a top 5 run in senior competition in the Coupe de Montreal about a week ago. Just a little bit of an hour or two from this racetrack. And right now, seems to be in a position to try at least get that sponsor safe for this division up to the point here today. Point karting, obviously, looking to make a statement here today with a lot of their competitors at least on the racetrack over the course this weekend. Point karting, of course, having a presence, especially on the Canadian side in particular. And we're seeing a lot of those karts for that team populate themselves as they make the way of some of your biggest movers, including Anna Murphy in this race here today. You see that 773 moving forward.
Great move there. Now Evans will lead us back off. Kingsley falls into that second position. All our drivers still seeming pretty calm so far through this one. We'll see how things shake up on these last couple of laps, as this pack is still fairly tight here. You can see all still grouped up all the way back to that orange helmet there. We see one move happen for the 4th position. They'll go side by side. But your whole top 10 here, still nose to tail, as we're about halfway through. Could get a little crazy here.
I think it's going to get crazy eventually. It's just, when is that going to happen? It's dependent on the field sometimes, if you will. And right now we're seeing some of the other in that said field. Let's make more changes. That was right before a yellow flag, by the way, we just seen with Coleman and company. That's because drivers like, you have 349 Dick and the 255 a day that ended up having some problems in the back of the field where they shuffled them back in particular. So there's been a fair amount of attrition in this race now. We've had 4 karts have issues here in this race. You have Philip Dion, you've had Hopkins, Gow, and Dick that have all been off track with separation now across the track of 25 seconds. And battle for 3rd, hold on a moment. Look at that shuffle. Again, the 3, oh, trouble! Off the ground for a moment and somehow no spin. That was dangerous. And a save as a result of that squabble. That could have been very bad as Goulet, along with Chasmic, were amongst those battling at that sequence, amongst those nearby the pylon. That was Coleman amongst those with the tire contact.
What a crazy ride we just saw there on the back straightaway. That'll break our front pack up just slightly. We'll see if Coleman will be able to close this gap back up. He's now up 8 positions, so Coleman on the move here. Pace is there, but now we've got a little bit of a gap as they go 3 wide a little further back.
Got a little bit dicey, a little bit too much so. As a result of a little bit of a tap there, and as a result, packs have now broken up, so did reach a little bit of that craziness factor we were just talking about. Coming up to the halfway point here in our 2nd final of the day. Our last of the B final setups. We get to the overall finals on the chart here today. Take a look right now on the blocks though. William Munsto's getting bundled up here. Goulet makes more wheel contact. Bit of a slide.
Yeah, Nathan Whitsack and Goulet go a little bit wheel to wheel there. Both drivers able to survive. The Kart Republic will get the better end of the stick. He'll move up another position there. And we've talked about our biggest movers a few times throughout this race, but taking a look at some of our drivers who have maybe traveled the furthest coming to this event, there's only a handful of drivers from the U.S. competing in the senior light division this weekend. Christopher Wakefield being one of them. We'll see him later today. But how about Annabelle Day from McKinney, Texas? She's down in the 23rd position. Coming across the entire country from the southern part of Texas all the way up into Canada for this one. We see her here towards the back of that pack as a few more drivers go wide there. Long travel day for Annabelle to get back home after this one. We hope she's enjoyed her time here for this race in Canada, as you see another pass being made.
Yep, right now looking solid in terms of that. And again, it shows just how much some of the drivers want to be able to race a circuit like this in this type of field if they bring even some of those who are even coming from stateside and Canada side. It takes a big commitment. And by the way, it is Victoria Day weekend. It is a holiday weekend, technically, in some parts of Canada. And right now, for some of these various drivers, they have to think next weekend is technically their holiday weekend if you're coming stateside. See more of the battles on screen in terms of the shuffles, including drivers like Goulet looking to recover back a few spots, with drivers like Evans getting shuffled all the way back to 8th position. But that in mind here, it takes a lot to be able to actually run these types of events in the first place to make sure you get the job done.
Yeah, it takes a lot of effort for these drivers and families to be able to run events like this. Even for our drivers who might be local here in Canada, it still takes a lot of time and effort to be here.
So hi, today I'm with Charlotte Pearson. So you're in junior, is it senior life, perfect. So we haven't talked to you so far this weekend, so we want to know how has it been going? So what did you do? How is it going?
Yeah, it's been a long weekend, super tired, traveling all the way from Victoria, BC, so it's a long trip for us. Friday, I was just trying to figure out the track. I've never been here before. There's a lot of top contenders here. Start of the weekend, going into the heats, I had a lot of mechanical failures, which limited my speed, so I got pushed back a lot. I started in the B heats, the A or B, and then today I moved up because yesterday I had good result, moved up 17 positions in my class, so I was happy about that, which bumped me up to the A final for today. There's 18 laps to go. I'm starting 33rd, so I'm going to try to see what I can do, but we'll see.
Thank you very much. And good luck for the rest.
Getting all set to go for more coverage of today's racing action. We apologize for technical blips there as the ISM Kart Sports Cadet class hits the racetrack here this afternoon. We're just about at high noon here in Quebec as these drivers get all set to go. Mateo Romeo ready to be amongst one of the top drivers in this respective pack. They'll lead us on through in the next moments or so. So right now, everybody going to have to set up for a restart because they're going to wave off this initial start, if you will, before we begin today's racing action. Now, keep in mind the cadets over the course of the weekend so far put together some intense racing with Nate Stockwell up there also. Zachary Lozier amongst those in the top three. Kazuka's in the fourth spot. Kaysen Meisner in the top five with Ethan Smith in sixth. Noah Kishon down in seventh. Liam Four in eighth. Erwin McDonald in the top 10. Chase Robar down at 11th with Tom Gagnon with Bentley Lawson and Grenier in the top 14. McGinnis, Roland Duke along with Bo Rice. You also have Dakari and Chase McDonald for amongst your top 20 in the young cadet class as these youngsters look to try and chase down the 93. A few drivers of note towards those outside the top 20 this evening. Logan D. McCombie, who had some speed last time out. Barrett Mainville having some good success in the Coupe de Montreal. It's towards the tail also. Those drivers 25th and 28th respectively. Ricky Ramden was amongst towards an incident down in 21st. This cadet run through. Again, Kart Chaser here with today's coverage as we are in final number 4 here this morning / afternoon. After this, only senior medium, and then there's a lunch break before our final 4 finals. But quite simply, the field trying to get themselves some secure trophies for the NORAM Awards ceremony set at about 3 p.m. today. And right now, these cadets are ready to fly. Again, first ever Canadian Nationals when it comes to CKNA competition. Who is going to put their name in the history books as the first in cadet? Green flag is out. We're already blocking to the top. Romeo covers off the outside as with slide for third. Causes checkups 4, 5, 6 wide at the back.
Romeo and Stockwell off to a good jump so far. They'll get a little gap, but we've seen this time and time again by the end of that first lap. That gap will most likely be shrunken back down to nothing. Because I believe that was Lozier that got a little bit sideways there through turn 1. Looks like he was able to get back going though and ultimately not lose too many positions as drivers continue to shuffle in to their respective positions as we round out this first lap. Once we cross the line here in a second, we'll have a better idea for you guys of just how everybody stacks up. But currently, Mateo Romeo leads us off with Nathan Stockwell at second. The number 17 of Kaysen Missener in the third position there. That Kart Republic working with Max Katsutsky to try to get back to that lead group. As you can see, it's the end of the first lap and that gap is no longer.
Now is the main thing because we've seen just how wild things got with some of the aggressiveness. Romeo, remember one of the races yesterday, Cameron, in particular, had to make it past the outside of the front straightaway with the left side tires put up into the grass, still got it done, and what was an improbable final lap for the 93 to get the sweep in heats 1 and 2. And also closed about a 1.3 second gap at about a lap or so also yesterday in that first heat. So there's been a lot of hecticness for Mateo in the first place to get these wins here. My question is, can he do it again as you see Meisner amongst those sneaking through, with Stockwell also kicked through the grass.
And it looks like Stockwell, my apologies, Missener is already ready to go back on the inside. Kazukis will take over that second place position. He doesn't want to wait for Missener to make the position. Kazukis will also go purple that time by. We've seen these two drivers, Romeo and Kazukis, as one goes around here a little bit further back. Looks like he might be high-centered on that curbing. But back to our leaders here, we've seen Romeo and Kazukis go back and forth throughout the weekend. They always seem to be our leaders time and time again. And we also know that Kazukis likes to lead this race, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a move happen here shortly once he's able to get back up to the rear bumper of Romeo.
Yeah, I think there's a good option for that. But that's going to happen here today. Keep in mind, in terms of the efforts we've seen from Meisner, one of those who is not a part of the barrage of Ontario and Quebec drivers. This is one of Nova Scotia competitors who races in Cup Kart Canada Division competition. In a few appearances, including a podium last year. The second round of the season during that series, that campaign. Ran for a couple of years at least when it comes to the Canada Division. So amongst those keeping well in that third spot. Kazukis, though, is the one still riding behind, though, who was very feisty yesterday in the mid-portions of both the heat races. And right now, it looks like the contentness is there. The opportunity is there for another two-car breakaway here.
Yeah, these two drivers working really well together, staying patient for now. You can see it's still some battling going on for that third place position as two Kart Republic drivers will go side by side, and then ultimately Stockwell will be able to slot in as well. That was the 25 of Ethan Smith. Move him up into that third position. But for right now, Romeo and Kazukis still staying out front, looking comfortable. We'll see if Stockwell will be content with pushing Ethan Smith here for a little bit of this race, or if he'll try to take over that third place position here soon. Ultimately, if they want to run down these two leaders, we're going to need 2 or 3 of them to pack up here together and start to push, as that gap has already been opened up to nearly 2 seconds, 1.7 to be exact, but ultimately 6/10 slower than Kazukis for Ethan Smith. So we will need to pick up the pace here if we want to have something more than a 2-car battle come 10 laps from now.
Definitely as we go. Let's send it down trackside. Federica standing by.
Yes, thank you, Justin. So we're here with Ilianko, who won the race just now. So how does that feel for you to win the first Canadian national here?
Well, I feel very privileged to be here for Gerald to put up such an amazing event. It means a lot to me because I was racing for a friend that passed away just recently, and he was supposed to be here starting his own team again, ISM Karting. That's for you, Dave. We love you. And I mean, no words. Just pure joy, and this is one of the biggest on my list.
Thank you, Hilly. Congratulations again.
Yeah, the Russian Rocket taking the victory here, and obviously a couple of people have mentioned the emotions in regards to those with passings, obviously. How would you describe camaraderie when you lose a fellow competitor or team owner in this circumstance, Cameron, coming into a weekend like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously kart racing and just racing in general is a family. You make friends, but they quickly turn to family as you're around each other so much. And unfortunately, or to be able to have to go through that is not not an experience that a lot of people want to have, and really unfortunate there that to have that passing. But what a family, what a camaraderie to be able to pull together and make it happen for Dave.
And right now, as the races go on here, we're seeing some of the other packs how they go. In terms of some of the grouping together, Stockwell working in the back of Smith at the moment. Now for Ethan Smith, it's +3 so far today, but Again, has been one of the quieter names, if you will. One of the HM propellers that are in the field, after all. And has had some interesting notables. Has raced a fair bit in 2026 in a lot of club races. Has actually appeared in some races out in Spokane Kart Racing Association. The Burley Cup out there also with some of their appearances. One of those that, again, from Ontario, that's traveled all around the region to Charlotte, has traveled to the West Coast, has traveled amongst those in the Ontario scene, been doing well. But as you see in that moment, the change for the race lead has happened. It's Kazukas that's now up front over top the 93. Again, new race leader at the moment, involving the 13 machine as we go about. Max and our one of the HM propellers looking to stay steady here, but that might open up the door for Smith, for Stockwell, for Lozier. Work together pretty quickly. Right now, the pace for those curious. 105 flats last time in the past. The drivers on the close-up, the 104.9s to 7. Pack 3, Liam 4 amongst those shuffling there. In terms of those that are in there a couple seconds back. Shuffle again. Stockwell having to play some defense. Lozier wants to jump up a cart. Does. And in turn on the interval, it's only about a second and a half. 1 or 2 more passes and you allow the draft to get there.
And it seems like the battling almost happened just a little bit too soon. Right when these 3 drivers were starting to pick up the pace and actually close in on Romeo and Kazukas, they begin to battle here. So that last time by, Ethan Smith and Nathan Stockwell were 2 tenths quicker than Romeo, but ultimately they'll lose that back, maybe more, because of that battling. We'll see if they can slot in the line here, but Lozier will pull out. He wants to go to that 3rd place position, so he'll go down the inside of Stockwell. Smith can't quite go with him, so we'll see how these 3 drivers, they'll be able to work together now. And Romeo's going back on Kazukas. He wants to go back to the lead here in this race. And we're just about halfway through with 10 laps in and 18 lap main event here. So halfway through with this one, but the fight is not over. That gap now 1.9 seconds from Kazukas to Lozier. We'll see what they're able to do. They're able to work together here. Might be able to close that gap back up.
I think there is a chance there, but it's going to require a lot more battling than this, if you will, in the course of what will be coming up to 8 laps to go pretty soon here. So it's looking good if you're the top 2, but here's the thing. Traffic ahead already indicating stops coming up, so at least one driver moving out of the way. That is William Burrice that we've seen speed with yesterday, having a rough starting position today. Obviously, things not going their way in turn in the 19 camp. Your battle for 3rd is in your lower box. Your lead is in the top box again as we zip about the racetrack, if you will. See right now, that gap growing up to 2.1 seconds. And at this point, difficulties there. Again, what can you do in the kart at this point other than, as per more Porsches, we've talked about the importance of trying to sync up already, but what can you really do to find little differences that will help you long term to actually build the speed back up now, other than change the lead kart?
Yeah, the drivers need to settle in a little bit more, carry that roll speed, make sure that they're hitting all of their marks, keeping the kart from sliding and ruining their momentum here. As we see Lozier starting to pull away just a little bit from Stockwell. That's ultimately not what we need if we want this gap to close in. And the 3 of them need to work together and use the draft to their advantage to be able to close that gap back down.
I think there's a good opportunity again for that, but it's going to require a lot more than what they're doing because they've lost their 4/10 that time by on your interval all of a sudden as well. So, that being said, they've also got a 4-second push on the bright side to Liam 4, who again is running about where we've seen him in some previous runs. 4 family has a lot of family connections when it comes to sports cars, with some appearances for his father there. Talked to him in Wisconsin about earlier last year. Some of the crew members and us was very pumped up in terms of his driving ability, get more seat time, be able to learn at that battle that's going on in pack number 3. But today, challenges have been there to close up to this fight. Again, Smith up and Smith moving forward. So once again, it is Ethan Smith up into the 3rd step of the podium for now. As we're down in towards 6 laps to go, coming to 5 to go. This time by for the field to work with. They've lost another second with that change.
Yeah, these drivers starting to realize that they don't quite have the pace there if they want to close up to the leaders. Starting to get a little bit antsy and battling amongst each other. That time by, Kazukis went purple with a 104.3 to Ethan Smith's 105.2. So nearly a second per lap different between our 2nd and 3rd place drivers. With only a few laps left in this one, we'd need to see some heavy battling from Romeo and Kazukis if we want to make this anything bigger than a 2-kart fight. As you can see, Lozier's not having it. He's going back down the inside of Smith. This time he'll bring Stockwell with him.
Looks like we're actually going to have an air car peel on down as they're at the tail end of the lead lap here. I believe that was Mateo Caron who might have gone down as a result of that situation at the back of the field. But you're right in terms of that. It seems like for Lozier, there's been no sense of just ride and be patient, try and see if it works for a couple laps. No. Lozier has made it clear they want the 3rd step of the podium at minimum. They want to do everything possible to get it no matter what happens. They want to be the lead card in all of this. Now, 42, building a little gap with Stockwell, building some buffer on Smith with the result of that.
Yeah, we see a large slinky effect happening between these 3 drivers. One of them will make their corner pretty decent and they'll pull a little gap, and then they'll miss the next apex just a little bit and ultimately bring the driver behind and back into the fight. So that's why we see so much position change here, as these drivers are young. Romeo going back down on the inside, he wants the lead back as well. But these drivers are so young, the mistakes are inevitable, and the driver behind feels that they've put a better lap together. They want to go back in front, ultimately for them to most likely make a similar mistake as they lead. It's very easy to use the car in front of you as a reference versus using actual physical reference points on the track. So just a little bit of slinky effect that we've seen with these cadet classes, and that's at every level of racing. In these younger classes, these drivers are learning and trying their best every lap. So now you can see that gap is still pretty large as we're starting to get towards the end of this one. Kazukis wants to go back to the lead again there. So switch them back. Ultimately, we'll have no change in the lead as we cross the line here. We'll see if Romeo wants to stay behind in 2nd or if he'll look for the lead again. He does not. I think, honestly, the best spot is to be in Romeo's position. He's been able to ride back there for a good portion of the race and kind of get an idea of where he's better than Kazukis. So come down for those last couple of laps. He already has it plotted and planned out of where he might be able to overtake him. You see Romeo's dad there on the fence, looking a little bit nervous, but ultimately pretty content at the moment.
I mean, all you can do is just watch on and see what you can do. In some racetracks, they get signals down. This is one of those going to be tricky. You can see, though, defensively, chances are there. Kazukis trying to hug, Now it's Romeo looking for the diamond to cut alongside. Coming up to the final corner. Coming up 2 laps to go. Romeo takes the lead. It's the 93 up front. Now hugs to the middle. Moves back out outside. Up for turn 1 as they continue to scrap for the race lead late.
Big defensive moves here from both parties. They're doing everything that they can to hold on to this race lead. With still 2 laps to go, we should get the white flag this next time by. But still, they seem content at the moment, running the normal race line. As we exit through turns 11 and 12, the back straightaway seems to have been the easiest spot for Kazukis to get back on Romeo. We'll see if he will defend. And there you guys have it. Kazukis back down the inside of the back straightaway. Move him back up to the lead now.
But will that last for the final time? More drivers peel off at the tail end of the lead lap. Here we go. Coming up to the front straightaway. Whiteboard is out. White flag is out. Final time around. Kazukis overdrives turn 1. Romeo takes the inside, makes the move to retake the lead. And now the fight back for Kazukis. Up through 3, the send for the 13. Romeo waits on the wings to try and get one other chance. We might see these drivers remain patient, if you will, all the way to the bowl section. Especially up to 13, up by the back straightaway. Romeo look to try and get something a little bit different on the line, coming down the hillside. Nothing doing there as they work their way to 11 and 12. They'll have some lap traffic that will play a factor. Romeo stays close. They both duck low. Lap traffic stays to the outside. Romeo trying to go 3 wide with it. Kazukis using the traffic as a pick. Traffic moves up high. Romeo zips on by on the low side either way of the car in front. Now Kazukis to the inside. Drag race coming to the final straightaway. Side by side they work for the win. Kazukis, Romeo it is. Romeo it is by 63 1/1000ths of a second.
What a last lap there between these 2 drivers. Really mature driving for 2 young kids there, ultimately playing into each other's mistakes. One would slide, the other would take it down the inside to get the overtake. And then what a drive from Romeo to use the lap traffic to his advantage. Really skillful driving there. You guys could see his dad super excited for that one. So provisionally, Mateo Romeo is your first CKNA Canadian Nationals Cadet winner here on Sunday. You see some great sportsmanship there between the 2 drivers. Take a look at your top 10. Mateo Romeo, Max Katuskis, Zachary Lozier, Nathan Stockwell, and Ethan Smith will round out your top 5. But coming up next will be Senior Medium.
That'll be a fun time for our drivers in the next little bit during this one, as we get prepared to go for our final one before we go to the lunch break. We've been working pretty quick on the schedule. We'll take a break. More coverage after this. You're watching Kart Chaser.
Holy Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Look at those carts as we get prepared to go. It is PSL Karting Senior Medium. These drivers are getting ready for a scrap yet again here today. We've seen how competitive it is with Christopher Wakefield, along with drivers like Carson Bartlett trying to battle up at the point. But today, we find out who's going to be able to withstand the pressure here. Sebastian Day has been also very quick. Will be amongst one of your top competitors. We get rolling here in the next few moments here, Cameron, as they get all grouped up and ready to go here. Remember, Sebastian Day has come out on top both times so far in the battle between Day and Wakefield. Does that happen again today with them in the front row?
Day and Wakefield running both senior light and senior medium, and have seemed to be the face of both classes there. We'll see how that plays into their favor on these last couple of laps. Two drivers who have gone through now 4 heat races with each other, 2 per class. They know where they're quicker than the other driver. They know what it takes to make that last lap happen, what it takes to come away with the win, as they've seen it 4 times now between each other. So we'll see who's able to play chess to the other one's checkers on the last laps. But first, we've got 18 laps to complete as our drivers funnel into our tram lines here. So far, our senior drivers have done a good job at getting green the first time by, keeping it nice and slow. You can see Wakefield having a slight glance at Sebastian Day's gas foot. And it'll be green flag racing in senior medium. They'll go side by side. Wakefield trying to stay around the outside, but ultimately will slot back into the second position behind Sebastian Day. One driver off the track. He'll fall way back to the middle of the pack there.
Is that Wakefield?
Turn 3.
That might have been Wakefield, I believe. A lot of drivers having more issues as chaos groups up. Absolute calamity to start off this one.
What a chaotic first couple of corners there. Didn't quite see what happened to Christopher Wakefield, but ultimately he's back now into the 5th position there. You can see him behind that blue and yellow machine, back up into the 4th spot, excuse me. The 33 of Brandon Bowden. So Brandon Bowden now in the 3rd position. Christopher Wakefield behind him in 4th. I can expect him to go soon. Yep, there you guys have it. Christopher Wakefield will move up into the 3rd position. He wants to get back to the rear bumper of Brennan Taylor and Sebastian Day as quickly as possible. He's been one of those front 2 drivers who have been able to push away almost every session now. So he knows that if Brennan Taylor and Sebastian Day stay linked up for too long, it'll be difficult for him to catch back up, as looks like Taylor might make a little mistake there. That'll bring Wakefield back into this, give Day a little bit of a gap for the lead.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a chaotic beginning again. Some of the drivers involved were Bartlett indeed. So the 11 was a bunch of those that fell down the pylon with some of the off tracks. You also have their biggest mover already, Capolongo, who's up 7. So Wakefield able to survive a little bit here. And right now it's already back up the 2nd and more off tracks. Taylor amongst those going for a ride. Yet again, side by side, it's getting pretty dangerous all of a sudden. That's causing 3 wide down the 4th stretch outside the top 15.
Yeah, Bowden received a little hip check there from Adams as they tried to make it through turn 4. That'll slot Bowden all the way down into the 5th position, but ultimately still able to stay on the track. He's not out of this fight. We've got an 18-lap main here. It's just getting started. So now, back deja vu to what we've seen all day yesterday. Sebastian Day and Christopher Wakefield, 1-2. This time, William Adams will be P3, and Bronson Hetherington into the 4th position. But Adams looks quick. We'll see what they do. Adams might be able to give Wakefield a little push here.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit more tricky for some of the karts in this battle, but now Wakefield trying to cause the separation here, if you will. Oh, wow. We'll find out if William Adams is able to keep the toe up. Somebody's tire went flying, and it was the 33. Off goes Bowden's going to the wall as the tire goes rolling to pit road.
A bunch of drivers there had to swerve on the front straightaway to avoid that tire. That is a scary situation there for a lot of those drivers who are laser focused on the karts in front of them. Ultimately, it looks like everybody was able to make it through safe and clean. Unfortunate for Bowden there. He'll be out of this race. 4-kart pack here. You can see Wakefield asking for a little help from Adams. Still waiting for his kart to come in this one, although he was purple last time by. Sebastian Day's looking pretty quick this lap, able to get a slight gap off of Christopher Wakefield. But as we've seen time and time again, that gap does not last long with this long back straightaway. That draft plays a big part as Murphy goes down the inside of one of the Sodi drivers. And he'll bring one with him. He's trying to get himself up back into that top 5.
Here we go for the race lead, though. Wakefield gets the run and brings Adams with. And just like that, William Adams is now in the popcorn seat to go in the expert. One of the drivers from Milton who runs over in Hamilton Karting for some of the action. Usually runs over in that club scene and right now is ready to show some speed here. Right now, though, it's already been well paired with Wakefield. They top three of them ran away. The premier karting machine of Hetherington dropping back now and just trying to hold on some way, somehow to the draft as we come up to start lap 6 this upcoming time by.
Yeah, our top 3 drivers working well here together. If I'm Adams, I'm in the spot I want to be. We know Christopher Wakefield is fast. Sit here and push him. You've got Day to bring you back into the mix if you do make a little mistake here. Adams is in the perfect position. He knows he has the speed. Now it's just save his tires. Don't push too hard. Let the other drivers do the work and carry him along so that he can figure out exactly where he's better than Wakefield and use it to his advantage on those last couple of laps. So with that being said, if I was Adams, I'm not making a move here until at least 2 or 3 to go.
I mean, you can tell a driver that, but in the most cases today, it seems like not too many people follow that advice we've seen in some of the battles. Lead group has been, for the most part, the exception, absolutely. So there is the chance of some of that coming in. By the way, it's worth noting amongst those off-kilter here, Capolongo, again, who's had bad luck this weekend. The 329 is your biggest mover, 24th though. Plus 10, one of the drivers in the stateside who runs for PPK, looking to just find something, anything back there. And obviously, you want to be one of the first. The medium is so big when it comes to the real scene as well. Murphy amongst those fighting. Look at some of those back outside of the top 10 here fighting as well. Some side-by-side moments popping up for drivers like Meyer, Mitchell, Wade is back there who dropped from the front of the field. A lot of these karts looking to have some fun fighting to end off their days.
4th on back here, still one big long train. And as they continue to fight for position, that'll only bring more in. Murphy able to pull a little bit away. Again, Alex Murphy was one of our quick drivers on Friday, leading us out for qualifying. And ultimately just struggled a little bit throughout the weekend, but able to get himself comfortably back inside the top 5 with a little gap here now to the rest of the pack. As our top 3 drivers are still No change has been made, working together. We'll see what the 385 of Tyler Frayer is able to do. I believe that is who has just moved up into that 5th position. I apologize. That's Elliot Columbi. He's now up into the 5th position.
Yeah, so far, pretty good with Henriksen falling down to earth, if you will. In terms of that pack now, that 302 machine in particular here. It's been amongst those staying comfortable, if you will, have noticed, and amongst this. Again, it's so important you have to think in these types of finals to stay loose here. How would you describe the body language of during the race? What's kind of going to the mind and also through yourself to make sure you don't get yourself so tense that you then end up spiraling into mistakes and causing, I don't know what if the word would be, stress to yourself in the kart?
Yeah, I mean, every driver's gonna handle situations differently. For me, there's not very many thoughts or emotions going through my mind as I'm driving. More take a statistical matter to it and analytical perspective of hitting my mark, staying comfortable and confident in the seat, but not getting myself worked up. Obviously, every driver handles that pressure a little bit differently, but the key is to not get frustrated with any mistakes that might be made on track and focus on the next lap, or as we like to tell our drivers, live out one mistake. Don't let it funnel over and carry over into the rest of the lap or rest of the session for that being. But our top 3 drivers here looking calm and collected, really no frustration, clean driving up to this point. As you can see, Sebastian Day not too happy with William Adams' pace at the moment. He looks ultimately will decide to slot back in as Adams is able to get that draft all the way up to Wakefield's bumper. Like I mentioned before, that is why that 2nd place position is the best spot at the moment. It allows Adams to take a breather. He can make a little mistake. He's got the help of Sebastian Day to push him back up to the leader. And that's what we just saw there. So those 3 drivers looking comfortable and still working together. So we're just about halfway done with this one.
Right past the halfway point complete. That time by 9 down, 9 to go. We're on lap number 10, if you will. So this continues to be the top 3 waiting right in your advice before they start shuffling and bouncing around. They have your 5 seconds to cushion. And remember, one of the major things we've seen here before in the 206s is you start battling hard. We've seen people back up the runs a little bit, actually, and back up the pack to where you join everybody else in. They fight so hard. And obviously, a little bit more patience here. I'm curious on this mindset, though, in terms of this. We've talked a lot about knowing the track. Some people have experience, some people have not with the circuit coming in. How would you describe in turn how drivers may have worked, say, on the sim to know, hey, is this a good spot to pass like right there? Because you're now 3 wide as a result. And that actually was contact from it.
Really unfortunate there for Alex Murphy. He gets the brunt of that one. Worked so hard to get himself back up into that 4th position. He'll now slot back a few more spots. But preparation is everything, whether it's sim time or watching videos of the track. Preparing yourself for a race weekend is extremely critical. It mainly plays into a day like Friday where you only get a few practice sessions. These drivers now have had so much time on the track. They know where they're going and what passes are working. But using an application like Kart Sim to prepare yourself for this weekend ultimately allows you to be quick out of the gate on Friday practice.
Funnily enough, we do have a code for that. The code is Chaser20 for those listening. Again, Chaser20. Save yourself some money with Kart Sim. It's very valuable at the say the very least. I know we had some social media posts during the week on Kart Chaser socials for some of the track maps, if you will, since this facility is on there indeed. So, These drivers continue to have their fun, though, amongst these air battle packs we continue to watch along with. We have Rosier Amonso inside the top 11. Meyer holds on the top 10. Croteau, who is amongst those in the fights yesterday, amongst the notables in the top 8. So still see how the drivers behind Columbia still work their way through this group. Fair mixture of steals, some primes in the mix, some rail arts all grouped together. Nothing has really done anything too much in terms of shuffles. The majority of the drivers that are in this conversation did start at least in the top 10. There's no move made there on Taylor in that circumstance.
Still some pretty heavy battling, happening from 5th on back here. But ultimately, everything clean for the most part. Alex Murphy, that driver that we saw, went off as far down as the 12th position. So he's got some work to do if he wants to get up back to this pack and make something happen. Brennan Taylor, a driver that we talked to earlier today, in that 6th position, as you can see on your screen here, doing everything that he can. He'll lose a position there, I believe. But your top 3 drivers still 1, 2, 3, just as we left them a few laps ago. Sebastian Day looks like he might be falling off just slightly, but I imagine as we head through the tight Sector 1, he'll be back up on the rear bumper of Adams. With just about 4 laps to go, these 3 drivers should start battling here shortly. If I'm Day, as soon as I get to the back bumper of Adams, I've got to go, as I'm struggling to hold on to the leaders a little bit.
Yeah, you see the little cushion right now of at least a kart length, although a lot of cases that has closed back up with a little bit deeper braking noticing through 11 and 12. Right there, it's a good example. Coming out of 10 through 11, right back to the rear end is Day. Just a little bit slower in the first sector. Seems to be the difference mark there. Nothing coming up from Day yet. Battle for 6 continues. Wade amongst those in that. And some of the others, you have Columbia, you have Freer also that were in the train previous. And now, as they work their way down that back straightaway for comparison to the leaders on the front straightaway, just see how much even a small little bit of a push here today has been beneficial here in amongst this with Wade and company to get away from some of the drivers, get a chance to breathe, if you will, for the final few laps.
Yeah, I'm sure adrenaline will be high on these last 2 laps here in just a few moments' time, where our leaders start battling pretty substantially, I would assume. But the battle for 6th has not slowed down the entire race. I imagine these drivers are praying that it's the end soon, especially for a driver like Wade, who is currently holding that 6th position. But as we get closer to the end of this one, there are 3 drivers still in line for the time being, waiting for that 2 lap to go mark, which should be coming at them fairly soon here.
Yeah, we're at 3 to go for reference already. I'm keeping an eye on intervals because before this past, the previous time by, if you will, Sebastian Day had the fastest lap with the pole. His average is near identical to William Adams and to Christopher Wakefield. Their average is all within the 103.782 to 103.784 range. That's how close they've been in terms of trading lap times up here. That's why now, seeing some small disconnection. Adams again disconnecting after some runs through 4 previous. Now, needs to get back on the wheel pretty quickly here. As right now, they work their way to the back straightaway, coming to 2 to go. Wakefield, a little bit more wider on the exit compared to the others. Will Adams go for the run this time? Goes up to the rear end, tries to pull away from Day a little bit more, does yet again. Builds a small buffer compared to the 310. 2 laps to go. This is about the time to go, and Wakefield's going defensive.
Just a lap ago, Day tried to make that move here on Adams. Now Adams will get it by on Wakefield. Day will be able to as well. Just a little bit of an overdrive there from Wakefield. an uncharacteristic mistake out of him. So now Adams will go to the lead. We'll see if he goes on defensive as we are 2 laps to go here. Ultimately, the ball is in Day's court. Will he try to make a move happen? Wakefield's kind of stuck in that 3rd position, waiting to see what Day has in store. He doesn't want to make a gap there in the pack by trying to make a move on Day. Ultimately wants to keep Adams at bay, but looks like Sebastian might be struggling a little bit to stay on that rear bumper. So Wakefield will go. Sebastian will pop out. The 2 of them will now go down the inside of Adams as they come to the white flag.
Here we go, coming to the final time around. Wakefield's led just about the entire race, but will that last? Because Day is now up in front with that. Day is now in the lead. Wakefield looking for the lead right back. Dives in, contact with Day. Day pushed into the grass. They both slam. Here goes Adams. Adams up to the race lead. Hand raised by Day in frustration as all of a sudden William Adams, who has not led a lap all weekend, is now leading on the final time around to start Sector 2. Will the pressure be enough from Wakefield to respond though? He's going to the inside, taking it through 10. Now they rumble their way through 11 and 12. Adams again looking for a setup, looking at the cut diamond line. Wakefield hard to the inside. Now Day to the rear end of Adams. They all push on the inside. Remember though, the outside's been important to build up runs inside for the penultimate corner has led to some slows for the outside. Now the run coming to the final corner exit. Wakefield starting to celebrate. He needs to defend, but it's Wakefield who wins it regardless.
What a final lap there for Christopher Wakefield. Getting shuffled all the way back to 3rd, but able to come back to get the lead there across the line. Drag race between Wakefield Adams and Sebastian Day. But ultimately it's the PPK, Coyote driver of Christopher Wakefield. The Canadian, but also the Floridian, able to bring it home for Coyote and PPK here this weekend. Take a look at your top 10. Christopher Wakefield, William Adams, Sebastian Day, Elliot Colombi, John Wade, your top 5. Mindy Croto, Tyler Frayer, Zach Bohm, Alex Murphy, and Tyler DeRosier will round out your top 10.
So Brent Taylor gets shuffled down to 11. Yeah, Bouchard, Briscoe, Sullivan, along with some of the others. Carson Bartlett and on the gold card got shuffled down to 16th at the very end. Some other notables as you look at the rest of the drivers. Capilongo got to 17th. Zach got up +8 to 18 the run through. But as you can tell, some excitement is going to go to the case of 27 as somebody get Wakefield out of the grass there. He was in the grass the whole way up the access road. Into Scales, he'll go to celebrate. Oh, hold on, look at that. Penalty avoidable contact bulletin. Wakefield just came over here. Cameron, that is huge.
Wow, unfortunate there for Christopher Wakefield. I don't believe he is aware of that penalty just yet. So that might be a heartbreak for him once he finds out about that. But for now, we'll send it down to Frederic.
Yes, thank you, Cameron. So today we're with Christopher. So how do you feel? It's the you just won the first Canadian National. So how does that feel for you?
Yeah, it feels great. I can't thank the team enough in Coyote, over in America as well. Just this whole environment here in Mont-Tremblant is amazing. I really love it here, and I can't wait to come back next year.
Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you.
To be said in terms of what's going to happen now in the case of Wakefield because of what we just seen bulletin-wise at the top of your screen. Post-race is going to get interesting here, Cameron, because, again, that was extremely physical on the send coming up through turn 2, which would seem drivers off. Yeah, failure to leave room is a part of the bulletins now too, Cameron.
Unfortunate there for Christopher Wakefield. I'm sure the Coyote team will have a look at that and a potential protest if they feel otherwise than what our CKNA officials have seen on track. So potentially William Adams could move up to be your provisional race winner here in the senior medium category. More to come, but for now, a lunch break.
You Hello, Mark.
How are you?
How you doing, buddy?
I'm great, man. Having a great time down here. I'm sorry I can't be with you guys up there. Hi, Simon. Hello.
Anyway, we decided that we're going to give some legacy awards this year to people who's give back to karting a lot. Stuck with the 4-cycle side of it through over the years. So of course I had to think of somebody, and you were the first person that come to mind, Mark. Mark's been racing forever. I can't exactly say, how many years, and we probably don't want to say that. But I met Mark years ago in Hamilton, and with Mark, he was willing to help anybody, anytime, no matter what color chassis you were on. He's since moved down to the U.S. And ran his own team, and I watch him down there, and he does everything for the right reasons. He makes sure that everybody gets the help, and so anyway, we'll keep this short, Mark. I'm short on words, and I know you may be too, but Simone was one of the recipients of the Legacy Award, and you were the other person, and very diversion. So Simone's going to present this to you, and thanks a lot.
I'm just unbelievable, Gerald. Thank you very much for recognizing the people in the sport that work behind the scenes, and I can't say how honored I am to get this first one. It's unbelievable. Thank you very much.
And just so you know, Mark, when we do the Canadian Nationals too, you have to come.
I will be there 100%. I will make sure I'm there, Gerald. I apologize for not being there. I wanted to support you 100%. You know that.
I know. Thanks a lot, man. You have a safe and a great race today.
Thank you, Gerald. Just so everybody knows, we just finished 1 through 4, so it was great. Bye, guys.
Karts are now on the racetrack once more after having some lunch, some poutine, if you will, around this facility. As now the Masters are on the racetrack, brought to you by Lombardi Raceway Park. We have 4 more races to go for this year's event, the inaugural CKNA Canada Grand Nationals. And now we get ready to find out who comes out on top. I'm Justin Prince, alongside me in the booth once again is Cameron Reed. We have Frederic down trackside here this weekend as John Price leads them off alongside Matthew Demers up at the front of the field. Eric Lassard starts in 3rd today. Corey Walsh is down in 4th with Matthew Martin down in the 5th spot for CEF. David Bergeron will start in 6th today. Michael Roach will start down in 7th. Patrick Boyer in 8th. Grenier and Henry are a part of your top 10 today. You have 10 more karts in the grid. That includes Dave Patrick, Eric Boys. You have Lapierre down in 13th. Dalier and McCarthy along with Barry, Oscar, Tard, along with Hugger, a part of this field. 19 are set on the gridding procedures you see on the sheet. 20 were on the entry list. Are you ready to have some fun? Let's find out. And happy with us again this afternoon. You're on Kart Chaser from Mont-Tremblant, Quebec, from Tag Karting Academy. So we're all set to fire off down this front straightaway. We're racing for 18 laps of festivities. Remember, they've been paired up with the senior heavy this entire weekend. First time they get some breathing room and potentially have the chance for their fellow classmates to be bumper to bumper with them without having to factor in interclass traffic. Here we go. Yellow flag in one hand. Green does come out with the other. We're underway as they run the turn 1. It's Price getting clear to start, but for how long?
Oh, and a big spin there for Lassard. And that bottles the whole field up. Lassard in the tire barriers. We're still 3 wide all the way back for the rest of the pack. And another one spins off, both hands in the air. Clear frustration there from that driver. What a way to get started here in the Masters class. And there you have it. Patrick Boyer and Dimmers just out front. Like it's easy. The only 2 drivers to really get clear through that whole mess, as Lassard was in that 3rd position when he spun. What an opening lap for these Masters drivers, Justin.
What an opening lap, absolutely. We're still not done. It is Price as the leader. I think it might have been Boyer with the spin because they are currently scoring a lap time of 18 seconds. So probably passed by a timing loop there on the slide up to the grass and to Narnia, if you will. But everybody else working their way on forward right now with Price, the leader on the racetrack. Boys is amongst those who did fall on the drop as a result of some of the chaos to start. Lassard and Musker also are part of those who have issues to begin. And again, these Masters drivers talked about a lot of experience usually behind the wheel for their respective drivers. Here we heard some of their comments earlier today, a part of the preparations, if you will, here. So there's a lot of thought process you'd have to think to how you approach this race with how chaotic things can get here. Now the first time they are unleashed against each other, but no other factors other than their own classmates.
For 18 laps, these drivers will go head-to-head here. As you see Price and Dimmers out with a nice solid gap there. Nothing that can't be closed down as the rest of the field is calmly working together at the moment to try to close that gap back down. So you see 3 groups here. You've got your leaders, 1 and 2 out front. 3rd and 4th working together. So it looks like the 814, my apologies, of Mike LaRoche looking for a move there. Won't work for him. He'll have to slot back in line. That's LaRoche down in the 7th position with Corey Walsh and Andrew Grenier leading off that small pack. So these drivers will need to work together if they want to run down the likes of Martin and Dimmers, and ultimately John Price out front.
Absolutely, here as they continue to sort things out on the track. Figure out how things get sorted out amongst those on the circuit again. See this difference for the top 2. continuing to grow. Again, for price, it's been all season, or at least all weekend, for the New York-based driver. An extremely competitive one. He was a top 3 contender after all. In fact, battled for the race lead in the Spring Nationals. He would really like to add the Canada Nationals to his trophy case. He's already picked up wins in Cup Karts East competition in the past. We talked about that yesterday. He's also been a contender for multiple years in terms of the everyone's top 12 in the Grand Nationals just this past September. So it would be very helpful for him, for his resume, if you will, this part of his career, to add a win to the board here.
And his Coyote counterpart, Christopher Wakefield, was the provisional race winner on track just before lunch in senior medium. We're not too sure how all the after race scenarios played out, but ultimately we know that that Coyote kart has been fast on track. And Price looking to follow up that performance, put his Coyote at the front as well. But the 69 Kart Republic of Matthew Dimmers is looking fantastic. There's not a spot on the track that Price is starting to leave him at all. As you can see a little bit further back, we have had some space added in between our P3 and P4 drivers of Martin and Boyer. Not sure what happened to, I believe Corey Walsh was in there. He's still there, my apologies. Boyer and Walsh working well together a little further back.
I think the timing got sorted out in terms of what was going on with the 833 initially, so they are still on the racetrack in the top 5. That blue machine is working together with that shiny, very chromy-like REM that's worked up in the pack. But again, Martens in particular here over the course of the weekend. Matthew running a Formula K here. Again, one of the Quebec-based competitors. Coupe de Montreal was in 6th in essentially the second or third pack much of the weekend. Bo has been a winner in terms of the Masters competition a few times over in terms of the best in the Montreal area. Looking pretty steady here today in the 807 camp. See them right now amongst those charging forward. Speaking of charging forward though, McCarthy is amongst those who's charged up tonight. That's your biggest mover. Kevin's up 6 so far.
Great job for Kevin up to this point. Able to pick up 6 positions there to get him inside the battle for the top 10. You can see a nice pack here underway as they're continuing to battle, being led by Kevin. These are all drivers that he has worked to get through in the most recent laps. Looks like he is under the Eli Yanko camp. Eli won today in the Legends class, running the OTK with the metal rear bumper, something that we don't really see too often on the OTK platforms. Something more common on our American-made chassis, such as the MGMs of the world, but ultimately the Yanko camp able to make that work. They must have found something through testing. The 411 of Kevin McCarthy, super quick at the moment.
Let me ask you this in terms of, does that provide a difference in terms of metal to plastic for those who may not know in terms of the karting side, or is that just, if you have the part, put it on the kart?
I think that there's a lot of personal preference behind it. I imagine the Yanko camp has done a lot of testing with it. It's not something that I have personally tested with a whole lot, but ultimately, when we take a closer look at the rear end of these go-karts, you can see that the Briggs & Stratton exhaust pipe gets super close to the plastic bumpers, which can ultimately add some drag through the exhaust, not allowing it to blow through where basically the number plate of those plastic bumpers would be. So in theory, the metal bumper gives you a little bit more airflow for the exhaust and for the aerodynamics of the car in general, to not have the drag of those number plates on the plastic bumpers. Now, again, that's not something that I have personally tested with, so I can't give much of a a real factual-based response, but clearly it's working for the Yanko camp, and I'm sure they've got a little bit more reason behind it. But for now, these two drivers, Martin and Boyer, still working well together, seeing if they can't run down our leaders.
Yeah, now as we're approaching the halfway point, looking at some of the markers, by the way, they're running. The leaders are on average 105.5s, give or take. Drivers behind are in the 105.6s on difference. So right now, just small little differences are what are setting the tone for how this pack is now splintering out. So we'll come up past cross flags this time by at the stripe here. And obviously, with a lot of these drivers on the Masters side, we end up seeing usually a lot more of the calmer approach in the first place to what we see race-wise in terms of the battles, if you will. Because, at least to me, they have the senior experience. And as well, the thought process here too is, to me, if you send it aggressively here, Cameron, with this kart, they're very much probably thinking, am I going to be able to use this kart again after this weekend if you were to severely damage it?
For a lot of these drivers, it is early in the season for our Canadians. So a lot of them are potentially on new equipment or, you know, just starting their season, looking to carry that equipment throughout the rest of the season. So although I haven't really seen any driving, especially in these Masters classes, to risk a chassis being destroyed, everybody's been pretty calm and collected. It does look like Dimmers is starting to fall back a little bit. He's struggling to hold on to the pace of Price. He'll fall all the way back to Matthew Martin, who I would assume would go pretty quickly to move himself up to that second position. So we can watch for that. As soon as Martin gets to the rear bumper of Dimmers here, you can expect a move.
Especially with the 69 really falling off long run, half a second reeled in the span of about a lap or so. Here comes the CEF looking for the setup here. Will this come down the back straight away? There's already a signal. I think Demers knows there's a problem. He just gave the signal to let him go. Demers, I think, knows that that kart is not getting the speed it's looking for at this point of the run, with it being around its hottest point of the day now, with it being very sunny out.
And Boyer looking to follow through as well. He'll go down the inside of Dimmers, move him up into that third position as well. So now Martin and Dimmers, they've worked well together. Martin was able to go 1/10 quicker than our leader of John Price that time by, even with the pass down the back straightaway. We'll see if Boyer and Martin continue to work together to try to run down John Price like they were able to do so with Dimmers.
It's going to be a curious task, absolutely, now, as Demers just tries to see if the kart's got enough to hold on here pace-wise. Case of Patrick Boyer, by the way, again, one of the Quebec-based drivers in the field. Again, one that normally has run some Canada, the Cup Kart Canada competition as of late, but it's been quiet so far in 2026 in terms of some of the appearances they've had for their machine in terms of the team side of things. After all, that team has partnership with Equip Boyer Robicart in particular coming in. That's also made some previous appearances at SH Karting, some of the various team members that work with them in that respective camp. Trust the purple, if you will, I think is what that 833 would say. And again, it's one of those local operations that if they have a chance, they're going to hit the racetrack like this weekend.
You can see Martin gave Boyer there a little thumbs up. Oh, and Boyer pops the curb and drives up over the back of Martin. That'll give Dimmers the position back. Hopefully there's no damage there to Martin. He had no idea. He was already there at the apex making the turn. And Boyer just pops the curb and goes up over the back. Now they've got some more work to do, just like when they were working so well together just a lap ago. Looked like they might have a shot there to give Price a run for his money. I think that's now out of the question, as we've got some more drivers joining the party a little further back. So John Price will now have a nearly 3-second gap to Dimmers behind, whereas Martin and Boyer will have to go back to work, try to work together, see if they can't run back down Dimmers with only a handful of laps left in this one.
Now Price again, long run king, if you will, here this weekend. Really steadied on out ahead of everybody else, but right now, we'll find out the chances there for the others. Walsh ready to try and go pretty soon amongst those in the train. All of them well distanced, and I'm noticing here too, again, the one thing I've talked about in the past with Kale in particular is, again, the gearing part of things. In terms of your setup, especially with the 206s with the teeth, if you will, to build up speed. A lot of these drivers I'm noticing with the Masters side may have not gotten to where the pole is the big difference right now. The technical areas having the big separator, there hasn't been too much pull-up, if you will, or draft, if you will, that sucks them right in. You see, for example, with Martin, not a little bit slower off these corner exits compared to Demers at this part of the track at the moment.
Yeah, with how heavy this Masters class is, they have to run a much higher gear ratio to help them get out of those tight corners. They're not able to roll the speed and keep the car nearly as free as some of our lighter classes, such as Senior Light. So they will be 2 to 3 teeth higher in the gear than a class like Senior Light would be. So ultimately, they won't have the same straightaway speed just due to the simple gear ratio that it takes to get these Masters carts around the track, as Martin has now gotten back up to the rear bumper of Dimmers. We'll see if he waits or if he decides to go as we enter the front straightaway here. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see him go down into turn 1. Yep, he'll pull out. He'll go down the inside of Dimmers. Oh, thinks about it. He'll have to slap back in line as two of them go side by side a little bit further back.
Right now, nothing doing, coming up to 3 laps to go as they zip about here. We've only had essentially what is going to be a grand total of about 3 karts with issues. Steve Todd Musker on the opening laps that still kept running but had issues. Eric Lassard that crashed on the opening lap, was not able to keep going. Of course, Lassard was one of the favorites entering the weekend, especially with last year with CKNA Canada competition. In terms of having speed in America's side, that didn't come to be here today. But right now, Demers has the pressure. Here comes Martin up the inside. The 807 makes the move up to P2. Now it's Boyer right on behind, looking for the setup as Price zips away. We only have 3 to go. How aggressive are they willing to get for an extra spot or 2 in the podium? This is how much. It's Dimmers to second. It's Boyer to third.
Little slide there from Martin. That's a corner that has seemed pretty tricky for a lot of drivers. Trying to carry just a little bit too much speed there. And ultimately the kart just flat slides a little bit and kills all their momentum, allowing for the crossover going into turn 2. But now Martin stuck behind Boyer. And as Boyer struggles to hold on to Dimmers for the few corners in that first sector. We'll see what Martin does as we head on to the back straightaway. He might just pull out and try to pass Boyer. He feels the pressure to get right back to Dimmers as quickly as possible. We'll see. Oh, he decides to stay slotted in line. He'll push Boyer as far up as possible. Still about a car length off the rear bumper of Dimmers as we roll into 2 to go.
Not done yet. Here we go again. Boyer inside. Takes the run up the inner groove. Martin tries to set something up. Gets back in line behind Demers. They'll rumble the way through 2. Up through the near side of the racetrack. Again, as they zip about here through this sector. It's been hard to make passes up through 6, through 5, through 7, through 8, through all that area. know there's some numbers out of line there, but some of these drivers have made it clear nothing is doing for passes today until you get up to turn 10, it seems. If not turn 13, if not 14. Here's the run, speaking of which, for 13. Outside, Boyer now sees things shuffle because Demers got out of line. It's now the 833 in second, coming to 1 lap to go.
This is the pack that you want to be in the lead of. They know they've got no shot at catching John Price now. You want to be in second place as third, fourth, and fifth are going to battle for that next position. And so we could see some battling going on a little bit further back in the pack, but for this driver, there's no battling. It's easy driving for John Price as he's got a nearly 5-second gap to the battle going on behind. It's easy driving on this Sunday for the Masters driver of the 444, bringing his Coyote home through turns 11 and 12 and onto that back straightaway.
John Price, a dominant day, a dominant effort, if you will, here this weekend. Started off with the pace, kept the pace up, is all you can say. Had battle with Jason Rothman in their own little world here throughout the course of the weekend. But in the end, the Masters final is dominated long run by one John Price. He makes his way down the front, flexes some muscle, and wins in Canada. Second is still up for grabs. Boyer holds on. Demers barely for third. Take a look at the rest of the run through here in this one. Martin and Laurent approach in the top 5. Walsh, Bergeron, McKinley charges up to 8th spot. Schwickus mover up 7. And Ray Lapierre, Grenier, Patrick, Dallier, along with Barry, Boys. And last on the cars, on track, Francis Unger survived. Tard, Musker, Lassard did not survive. Expect run-throughs here this afternoon. Overall, good day in the office if you're the 444 today. You had a Canada Nats to your resume after some strong successes, won some state championships. Today picks up a Canadian national one.
As we follow these drivers into the scale line here, I'm sure we'll see some excitement from the Coyote camp. A few drivers there giving some celebrations for John Price. That 444 Coyote machine. What a drive. Let him take his gear off here. And then here shortly, we'll catch up with him to Frederica.
Hi, thank you, Cameron. So I'm with John Price today. So how does that feel to big with such a big margin out there?
It's a big win. I'm actually choked up. We've been chasing a national win for a while. So I'm happy.
Congratulations. Is there somebody you want to thank out there?
Christopher Illo, Snap Your Neck, Jim at Coyote, and all the family.
Congrats again.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting. March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway. April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting. And May 29th through 31st at Bushnell.
So after that, we have another one on the docket. Again, it's time to go racing. This is SAS. That's going to be the backers of your heavy class. Jason Rothman and Noah Van Straten will be on the front row. They will fist bump, if you will, with Dalton Watson and Joseph Mezin. Top four. Then you have Gregory Pockin with Michael Coggins down in 6. Segi Johnson, Hopkins, and the Lore are amongst those here in the top 10. Overall, we only have the 10 cards here, but Rothman's been the dominant one here, Cameron. Will that continue here?
Again, these were drivers that we previously saw mixed in with the Masters yesterday. So now they'll get to have their own fight. We'll see what they're able to do. But for Jason Rothman, it's been smooth sailing this far as they head into the tram lines. I would think they'd be able to get green first time by. With only 10 drivers in the class, there shouldn't be too much bumping and pushing going on as we look to our flag man. Yellow flag in one hand and green flag in the other. We are racing in senior heavy. Rothman gets a clean and easy start through turn 1. And everybody slots in the line pretty easily. A little bit of side-by-side action further back, but for your top 3 drivers at the moment, all single file. And Rothman leads us away.
And right now, Rothman has a bit of pressure to start things off from the get-go. Talked about his speed in terms of the national level in CKNA competition. Well, it's going to be a little bit more challenging in terms of the pressure with some of the top competitors. Not necessarily going to see a runaway with Price. And now, as they complete the first time out, the whole train will see some shufflers on it. Looks like Van Straten thought about a move for a moment. Doesn't take it as Watson amongst those riding along in the train to end off the first lap here. Rothman keeping composed. You know the funny thing in that whole choo-choo train, Rothman is the only person with a black helmet. Everybody else has the plain white helmet in the senior heavies in the lead group.
Yeah, it's definitely easy to point out a Jason Rothman there as the rest of them have what we call the cue ball. Just a normal plain white helmet, but they've got enough differentiation between their go-karts and sticker kits that'll make it a little bit easier for us as we go through this one. The 44 of Dalton Watson is looking strong. He's got great pace, really able to reel back in Jason Rothman if he makes a mistake. As you can see, he goes a little bit wider there onto the back straightaway. That might open the door for Noah Van Straten to make a move. He'll try it. He'll pull down the inside and receive some help from Mazin and Coggins as well, but ultimately won't have enough. He'll pop the curb. That'll allow Mazin to go on Stratton. And now we've got a 2-car breakaway. That's the importance of making sure if you're going to commit to a move that it's there. Because now these 3 drivers have a little bit more work to do, and Van Straten will go right back on them. Not sure if that was the right play for them, as that'll open up the gap more.
Yeah, that might have been not the best of timing, if you will. And you mentioned in terms of thought, you're not putting too much thought per se to on the track. Is again though, racecraft is a thing you have to make sure you have in this circumstance to have the situational awareness to know in this sequence what may pop up here in a race like this, as they have now spread apart by about 6 kart lanes.
Yeah, and now that all the drivers are somewhat alone in no man's land, you could call it, it'll be a little bit more difficult for them to close in that gap. You'll need to simply drive better than the than the cart in front of you, than the driver in front of you, I guess you could say. If you want to close in that gap, you don't have anything helping on your side other than that. As the 361 of Michael Coggins goes down the inside of Mason, he also won't be able to make it stick. He'll slot back into line. That'll funnel them back a little bit more from the back bumper of Stratton. So, looks like Stratton's been able to reel in Watson for the most part, but the pace of Jason Rothman is considerably quicker than the rest of the field, about 3 to 5 tenths over Watson and then Stratton that lap.
That's with some squabbling going on still in that grouping two as Coggins goes on forward in one of the Tony karts that are amongst this field. The Cobourg, Ontario-based driver able to go ahead of the old machine that usually runs over at Mosport, club scene-wise, usually middle of the pack in those events. But right now, Van Stratton at the very least looking to strategize a little bit with Watson, if you will. Van Stratton had been racy with the top drivers in the Masters class earlier. Now, looking to do well. He was a top 20 competitive driver in the Grand Nationals last year in terms of his run in senior heavy, DNF and senior medium.
And that lap by Noah Van Stratton half a second quicker than Jason Rothman. So a big jump up in pace from this trio that we see on our screen now. If we can spin just a few laps here, as I say that, in line, as Coggins tries to go down the inside of Watson. But if these drivers could work together for 2 to 3 laps, they would be able to reel back in Jason Rothman with that pace. But now they spread a little bit back out with that move from Coggins. It shouldn't hurt them too much as Coggins now gets back to the rear bumper of Watson. He's going to try it again down the inside. This time, he'll be able to make it. So move Coggins up into the 3rd position. But now, we've got a 5-car length, 6-car length gap to the rear bumper of Van Stratton. Van Stratton, though, looks like he's been able to run down Rothman on his own.
That in mind, we have someone standing by, Frederic standing by down trackside.
So I'm with Cole Kempen here. So he's getting prepped to go out there and race. So what's your thought process going into the race today?
I want to get at least top 5 to get on the podium, and that'll be awesome to at least get top 5.
And for now, you're P1, right? Or are you having a thought process to keep your place?
I'm probably going to try to push like all the way to like the end, and then battle it out at the end.
Okay, well, good luck.
Thank you.
And his thought process pretty simple here. Alonso's about to grid up pretty soon in less than about 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes or so. It's time to get the racetrack and get on the ground running, if you will, to battle for the chance of the podium. And obviously, amongst these drivers, too, you see some of them stay alongside. How would you describe that anticipation on the grid normally, as you see just how these drivers set on up here? How would you describe that anticipation when you're waiting down trackside and not in the kart yet, but at least knowing there's our competitors battling for the same types of awards you're battling for yourself?
Yeah, there's a lot of anticipation and excitement in those little drivers. I imagine some have nerves as well, especially for big events like this one. But it'll ultimately boil down to how, like we talked about earlier with the on-track performance, of how the driver naturally handles their pressure. As you can see, Mason will go down the inside of Watson. Watson a little bit frustrated. He wanted a push there. He wants to get back to the top 3 drivers, but ultimately just struggling with pace a little bit. He'll go back onto Mason. But for that driver, Cole Kempen, you can tell there's some nerves there. He's starting pole, but he just wants to finish top 5. So definitely potentially some nerves there for him. But I think he'll put on a show for us here shortly, as we're just about halfway done with this one. Should be halfway next time by. Our drivers still kind of spaced out, but our top 3 starting to pull together. Michael Coggins has been purple for the last lap or two with the 104.9. So just about half a second faster than your leader, Jason Rothman. You could see him pull up to the rear bumper of Noah Van Straten there. So the question is, what does Coggins do at this pace? Does he choose to push Van Straten to get past Rothman as a team? Or will he take his own pace and go on Noah as the two of them work together there? There's your answer. Move Noah Van Straten and Michael Coggins up to P1 and P2 as Rothman falls to third.
So change done for the first time today. Rothman not in front. First time all weekend, actually, amongst those in senior heavy. We haven't seen 442 over the point. And more people standing by. Frederic is down track side.
So I'm with Blake Frajo today. So how are you getting ready to go the race today?
I'm really just trying to calm my nerves down, just like trying to mentally prepare myself for this long race. For sure going to have a long talk with my dad to give me some advice on how to do this with my team and stuff. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Have a great race.
Yeah, thank you.
You can see the urgency. Get the urgency to pick up into the cart, if you will, as they zip their way on through. And right now, things have heated up for the race lead, obviously, with things going the way they have, with Coggins now up at the front with everything said and done halfway through. And the Tony Kart all of a sudden is the leader. Now, Rothman looking to try and go on offense for the first time since essentially qualifying.
Yeah, Coggins now up into the lead position with Rothman showing great pace still in this race. Van Straten looks like he might be falling off just a little bit, but has potential to come back and reel back in our leaders there. So he's able to close the gap up through 10 and 11. Little wide through 12. We'll see how he unfolds onto that back straightaway. That draft should pull him right up. You see Rothman give the point there. He wants a push. He's ready to go on Coggins. Rothman down the inside. They'll go side by side. And Coggins will drop a tire there. That should allow both drivers to slot through. And it does. So now Rothman back up to the lead. Van Straten in second. Two Coyotes will lead the way here. Let's see how they work together, or if there's a lack thereof, as we're just under halfway.
Just past halfway, already complete, under halfway to go in terms of that conversation. But Rothman looking to try and figure out what the game plan is to hold on for the rest of the way again, because once more, the four-time Canadian champion, in terms of the series in of itself, looks to try and do it again. Continues to plant it up in front. Van Straten, a little bit of ground coming off the corner. There's the signals to say, okay, let's calm down a little bit here. Steady ourselves out, if you will. Right now, Rothman electing to be the Pied Piper, if you will, to add on to his categories. The Grafton, Ontario-based driver continues to lead late. Let's head down to Frederic again, trackside.
Hi, so today we're with Kingston Gaduri, so we're gonna ask him, so how's your weekend going so far?
Pretty good. There's been a couple bad lucks. I got P2 in the heat. I got unlucky, I got passed, but yeah, it's been pretty good, yeah.
And do you have a plan going on 18 laps?
I'm gonna try and stick with the people in front. Maybe not battle it out, but like push and get away from the people in the back. And last laps, yeah, fight it out.
Perfect, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Sam starting in an interesting spot for that situation for the fights amongst those up towards the front. But as we go about here late in this one, working away to start lap 13, still no change up front.
Jason Rothman will still lead us away with a handful of laps or so still to go in this one. Looks like our trio has kind of slowed or calmed down, not slowed down, excuse me, calmed down. They're content with the position that they're in currently, with Van Straten and Rothman trying to work together. But unable to do so as Coggins was purple that last time by with the 104.9. So that's how he was able to close back up to our two leaders, currently the fastest on the track.
Running in terms of this, out of time to make moves. We're coming up to what's going to be a run up to what will be about 5 to go this upcoming time by. Mezen holding comfortably, Watson holding comfortably in the battles outside the top 3. And one of the drivers that's been a top competitor here this weekend, Hudson Jack Irwin. Where do we stand on by with them down? Frederic is standing by with that machine.
So hi, yes, thank you, Justin. So we're with Hudson Hurlin today. So how are you gonna manage to keep going and pushing for the 18 laps?
I don't know. It's really just a chess game, you know. You just gotta keep pushing forward every lap and just try the best you can. Lucky to be here. Thanks to Gerald for putting on this race, and there's a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and I'm just happy to be here, you know.
Yeah. Is there a position that you have in mind today that you would want to do it?
Honestly, I think it's not like guessing where I should be. I think it's just moving forward, trying my hardest every lap.
Perfect. Well, good luck in the race.
Thank you.
I think Hudson Jack Irwin's going to be an interesting character to watch for later on today, to say the very least, because he showed speed when he's not freight trained in the couple cases we've seen in the heat races. Line is so critical in those main packs, and we'll see that especially for the juniors coming up. Look at that, Van Straten thought about a move, doesn't go for it. 4 laps to go.
And we talked about those drivers and how they're feeling on the grid. Hudson Jack Irwin, a driver who has won many times before at these CKNA Canadian competitions. He knows what that pressure feels like come the last lap, whereas some of the drivers there talked to us and told us they're feeling the nerves. They're trying to calm themselves down here with just a few laps left in this one before they're set to hit the track. But again, for our leaders here in Senior Heavy, no change has been made. Jason Rothman will still lead us away. Noah Van Straten looking to make something happen. Just struggles to get a run as Rothman will take us all the way down to the low side. He's ready to defend already.
Yeah, and right now coming up to 3 to go to work with now. It's about go time to fight. Rothman knows he's going left, right, everywhere, trying to search over the shoulders. Right now, Rothman does not want to let this up. He's been one of the best drivers for the past few years in this part of CKNA competition. He wants to prove he can win when it comes to the big race for the Canadian Nationals for a good reason. And with 2.5 laps to go, look at the gap he's built up. He's put on the afterburners.
Looks as though Van Straten might have made a little mistake there in Sector 1 that ultimately opened up this gap, but he's so good through this tight section of turns 10, 11, and 12, so he closes that gap back down in half. He'll need some help from Coggins down this back straightaway to use the draft to his advantage and close back down to the bumper of Rothman. Coggins will play along for now. He'll push. Now the 3 of them back packed up as we come to 2 to go.
Narrow block to the middle, now even lower for Rothman. Here comes a change for second. Coggins up the inside, takes over P2 in the 361. Now Rothman has a different person to attack behind. Doesn't have a felled Coyote chassis mate, if you will, in terms of those logos to battle with. But it's still gonna be pressure to deal with because Coggins has shown speed all race. This has been the best that the 361's been all weekend. And now, look at the gap they need to close up quickly with a lap of the 3rd to go.
We'll see if the two of them work together just like they did last lap on this back straightaway to try to close up that gap to Rothman. You can see Coggins asking for a push there from Van Straten, saying, hey man, help me out just one more time on this back straightaway. And Coggins able to get all the way up to the bumper of Rothman alone, not even using the help from Van Straten. Noah still trying his hardest to get a run. Rothman will take us all the way down to the inside, then all the way back up to the high side. Coggins trying to set up that over-under. He won't make it happen through turn 2. The three of them still slot in line, just as we were, coming down the front straightaway.
Here we go, setup is on. Rothman looking to try and get the full-on sweep in this group. Will that happen though, with Coggins trying to build something up? Working their way up towards 10. There's been a few passes there today. Coggins trying to go a little wider. Goes up through, down the hillside, they rumble. 11 and 12, not close enough for the set. Coggins though might set something up about a 13. He's been covered off multiple times this weekend. There's the cover off by Rothman. He hugs around the middle of the track. Bump coming from Van Straten. Rothman hugs along, coming up to 14. Will Rothman be able to hold the momentum? He's been dominant in his career in CKNA Canada competition. The 4-time Canadian champion will get the Canadian Nationals in senior heavy.
What a race there for our senior heavy drivers. A Coyote 1-2 for Jason Rothman and Noah Van Straten. Ultimately, that played it to their favor, having a teammate there on the back straightaway, which pushed Coggins to the wayside. He'll come on P3. Joseph Mason P4. Dalton Watson P5. There's your top 10 there, or really your whole field. They were able to shake up. Unfortunate for Watson and Mason, who showed so much promising pace early on in this one. They'll end up almost 9 seconds behind our leaders here. As we follow our drivers into the scale line, you can see a lot of sportsmanship there for our top 3 drivers. But it'll be Jason Rothman, a 4-4-2 Coyote machine, bringing it home.
And all happy and all waves to the fans, if you will, as the wind gusts, as the side draft, if you will, for the front sides. Rothman gets it done and gets himself through the scales just like that. The 442 will jump to the top of the board, stay there all weekend, and take the handshakes to pick up a win here in Quebec.
Let's go, Jay. Let's go, buddy. They made me work for that one. They did.
Hi. So with Jason Rodman today. So how does it feel to be winner today?
Oh, awesome. Really wasn't sure how it was going to go. Coaching a mechanic this weekend for someone else and decided to throw the cart on the track. So this is pretty awesome to win, and had a good teammate to help me out, and it was fun.
Well, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, he said it himself there. Teamwork helping him a little bit there in terms of the fighting in the Coyote camp. And today, we'll get to see who gets tested the hardest out of this grouping. We have 2 more races to go. The juniors are up on the track. The juniors, once again, brought to you by HM Propeller, as we get ready to fly for the penultimate time here in Mont-Tremblant. Talked with some of the drivers earlier here. Cameron, what do you expect from the juniors as we get ready to see how they'll fly off?
It'll definitely be a show here for our junior drivers, as Cole Campen will lead us off. Jackson Corbett, Antoine Bazinet, William Rossetti, Blake Freyo, Kingston Gadori, Hudson Jack Erlin, Robert Tronchi Jr., Jackson Cadney, Thomas Bernier Brandeo is your top 10 here. All of these drivers have showed promising pace throughout the heats yesterday, all running inside the top 5 at some point. So what a show it'll be here in just a moment's time as our drivers make their way into the tram lines. But for me, I think we'll have to keep an eye out for Hudson Jack Erlin and Robert Tronchi Jr. Two drivers starting a little bit further back in that top 10, but have both had great pace. As they're asking our drivers to slow down a little bit more, we'll get the yellow flag here, send our junior drivers around one more time.
They didn't like how they're lined up there in that sequence, so they'll try this again. And again, this doesn't burn any laps off the counter here, so they'll try and reset. Obviously, tension's going to be high here. You mentioned some of the drivers you're keeping an eye on here in this one. Overall, how do you feel this type of race is going to go? Do you think it's going to be a wild one where we're going to see hecticness like we've seen in some of the air races? Or do we see it be a calm one like we see with the Legends or the Masters in?
These junior drivers are historical for putting on a crazy show, so I think this one will be far from calm. We should see a 4 or 5 car breakaway up front, and then that battle for the mid-pack should keep us on our toes throughout this 18-lap final. You see the drivers starting to get side by side again as we head down the back straightaway to get everybody slowed down. Hopefully slow enough to get the green this time by. Again, we don't want those front drivers to be moved back 2 rows like we saw in the heat races yesterday for the cadet class. So ultimately it'll be crucial for Cole Campen to slow this pack down and make sure they're at adequate pace as we head into the tram lines here.
Ready to go, the juniors. This is the A final. We've seen how the B final went with some of the battling to start off final day. But final day is about to be truly tested here. Here we go. Coming up towards the start zone. Green is out. We're underway. Campen leads us through the green. 2 by 2. Once again, they work through the opening corner. At least 1 or 2 carts sent to the runoff area. But everyone else looks to get set. Corbin Monstos in the shuffle. Rossetti and so many more that are sent wide.
Wow, what an unfortunate situation there. I was trying to get a look at those 2 drivers. Maybe Justin will help us be able to get a name for you guys here shortly. But for now, the top 3 seeming to be pretty calm. I imagine they'll work together for a little bit here. As some of the drivers mentioned on grid, that was kind of their plan, was to work together and try to break away. One driver further back trying to get into that 4th position over Blake Freyo. He'll go make the pass. I believe that's Robert Tronchi Jr. Correct me if I'm wrong. He'll go on Blake Freyo. So now as we cross the line here, Cole Campen leads us off. Antoine Bassinet in 2nd, Jackson Corbett 3rd. Working together for the moment as the rest of the field stacks up behind them.
Can confirm Adams and Cadney amongst those who fall down the order. Adams did get himself gathered up though after some of the off tracks to 22nd on one of the Tony carts. He also had Kingston Gadori amongst those still yet at the very tail. Olivier Laporte also set back up with Justin Michaud, a part of the carnage on the opening lap there. But that was kind of the expectation here as some of the comp carts like President look to fight and look to gather up immediately to Campen. You see the train extends all the way back about, if you loosely connect the dots, maybe 1/8 or so, give or take, the opening laps as they make their way to the front straightaway.
Campen and Bazinet and Corbett all working together good for the moment. We see one pass there a little bit further back. That's just outside your top 10. On your screen now, Chauncey Jr. and Blake Freyo trying their best to work together to catch William Rossetti. Chauncey Jr. was able to go purple that last time by with the 104.5, nearly 4/10 quicker than our leader of Cole Campen. One of those drivers we mentioned, hey, you might want to keep an eye out for. Robert Tronchi Jr. has been super quick throughout the weekend. A little bit of unfortunate events happened throughout the heats that ultimately shuffled him back a few spots for the start of this main, but he's done well with it so far, up 3 spots already in just 2 laps. He's now in the 5th position as it looks like they get to the rear bumper of Rossetti. Will they pull out? Yes, he will. Tronchi Jr. will now go up the inside, move him to the 4th spot.
Get the slide on by as we have complete lap number 3 right here. And again, some people like the inspiration on the helmets. You see with some of those working along, some of the F1 style helmets in this field. Seen some helmets here today over the course of the weekend that even have lions on top of them in terms of the design skills. See those distinctions here pop up for some of the drivers to help distinct. For example, the blue helmet from Bazinet. Corbett is running with a purplish blue in this lead group of, I think, flames on Campen's helmet. You can see there, oh, those are just yellow streaks, if you will. But, again, why is that important? Well, may not be right now, but it is helpful for those watching along for yourself at home to see where those pop out for you, where a majority of the helmets are the color blue up front. More changes for 3rd.
Robert Tronchi Jr. is looking to get back to the lead here. He wants to get back to that lead pack. He can see Corbett starting to fall off. He'll go down for a move into turn 1. This time, oh, not quite there. So he'll end up slowing them both down. Let's see if he'll slide in the line now, or if he'll try to make another pass attempt. But ultimately, the shuffling back and forth here has allowed Campen and Bazinet to start to open up their lead. So Tronchi Jr. will need to not only get clear of Corbett, but also start to pick back up the pace to where he was just a few laps ago in order to run down those 2 leaders by himself.
And right now, I think there's got to be the concern that the long run's going to kick in again. Right now, the average a little bit quicker for Tronchi Jr.'s fast lap, but the average itself needs to pick up a couple more tenths to be able to get there with the help of Corbett in terms of that push ahead. For right now, leaders are in the 1:04.4s. Let's see where the average now settles in over the past 3 laps as they zip on through. The lap count, lap time goes up 2 tenths quicker for the front runners. Average went up 2 tenths as well as a result of the separation. We start lap 6. Give credit as well, Jack Irwin. I don't know if it's credit, but the Steel Machine is actually down to 10th, a -3 for the 214. One of the drivers has won a lot, as we talked about some of the names that are needed to get some places.
Yeah, I believe Hudson Jack Erlin just got a little shuffled back on those early laps there with a little bit of the chaos we saw further back in the field. But ultimately, for now, focusing on our race between 3rd and 4th. Tronchi Jr. starting to fall off of Corbett, although he looked content there last lap to just push, try to get back up to the lead of Bazinet and Campen, who are looking extremely comfortable with each other. Rossetti going on Freyo a little bit further back. So now we've got little 2 packs. We've got our leaders in 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th packed together, 5th and 6th, and then still a pretty close battle here for 7th, 8th, and 9th as well.
Yeah, that 7th, 8th, 9th group, if you will, seems to be really finding a way to suction together. I think some of the others like Rossetti are falling back into the clutches. You see right now the slides of the tires, if you will, going on as well. Obviously, that's going to hurt the rubber at this point. We've seen so many laps burned here. And right now, that VCR machine trying to hold on tightly after losing multiple seconds. Now has a lot of pressures for go. You have Stewart and several others ready to pounce. Just not able to get the trap built up yet with the gearing. Now they get the traps. Here comes the move. This will take away the top 5. There goes the drop back for the 2.819 as Burgo jumps up.
Gonna go on Blake Freyo. You can see a little bit of frustration there from Blake. He said, hey man, I just got to the lead 2 corners ago. You didn't even push me for a straightaway. So we'll see if Blake returns in favor and gives him some help, or if he'll ultimately go right back on Stewian. The three of them not working nearly as well together as what they should be if they wanted to have a shot at the top three here.
At this mark of the race, though, there's still a lot of the battling to go. A lot of the drivers you have to give credit to as well. On the positive note this time, 15th, Arlen McNeil, one of the drivers bounced around a fair bit this weekend on the charge of the 115, is up 11. And we've heard of people going up 20 or 30 in some of these races this weekend across the Kart Chaser network for a reason. And to me at least, at the very least, it says a lot if you can go from the very back towards the very front of the least. Yeah, you might not get the chance to win unless you are rocketing in a super duper pace from the back, but you can surely at least say, I had a bad start with the heat races, but I can finish strong for my weekend.
Yeah, trying to make the best possible result of the weekend that you can, no matter the difficulties that you've experienced throughout the heat races, is important. As you can see, this battle still going strong. This is for 5th, 6th, and 7th, all the way back to 9th or 10th, I believe. So Stewian still leading us off on that 5th position. Blake Freyo in the 6th. As we also take a look at the lead in the top of your screen. Nothing has changed thus far. Cole Campen still leads us away with Antoine Bazinet. Robert Tronchi Jr. and Corbett working well together. That time by the two of them were 3/10 quicker than our leaders, so they have been able to close down that gap slightly to 7/10 gap between our 1st and 2nd place drivers to our 3rd and 4th. As for now, at the bottom of your screen in the battle for 5th, those drivers still working together as well. Nothing has changed just yet, as we are just under halfway left in this race. And there you have it, Bazinet ready to go to the lead. My apologies there.
Yeah, Bazinet taking the first lead change in a while, was about to jump through there. Been since the opening lap, actually. We haven't seen any major squabbling side by side. Bazinet slides the tires a little bit, but is able to make the kart work for the time being. And obviously, you want to be in the top 5, be part of that podium celebration for later on today. But at the very least, the higher you go up on it, the more smiles, if you will, you'll have for your trophy. As right now, Campen working to try and reset. Campen over the rear end, fights their way to 11 and 12.
Tronchi Jr. looking strong as well. He's trying to hold on to that 3rd place position as Corbett's starting to fall off a little bit. You can see the large gap behind him. He doesn't have any help to get back up to these top 3 drivers. So right now, Bazinet and Campen looking the strongest. Tronchi Jr. doing everything he can to hold on to those drivers. He'll go down to the inside of Campen. Won't be deep enough. He'll try to hold it through turn 2. And he'll pop the curb, ultimately. Not there as well. So that'll kind of split up our group here. They'll all have to do some work to catch back. Keep it tight racing here with still 7 laps to go.
Seems like, again, you're almost watching the watch to say, still, okay, when are we going to make the move? Okay, where's the urgency going to pick up again and again? And again, we know that in the case of offense versus defense, if you're not in the position to pounce by those final moments, you're going to be in a bad spot. Right now, Campen knows he wants to be in the position to defend, it seems, and he's bringing Tronchi Jr. with him. Look at that, the battle of 2 karts with the color red. Both zipped their way on through. Now Tronchi Jr., who's been quick this weekend from the get-go. He looks to try and battle. They both defend to the inside a bit as Bazinet gets crossed over by Corbett. Corbett drives on through in the Prime Machine. And if your favorite color's red, congratulations, you're in Canada.
And a lot of defensive driving here with still a handful of laps left to go. But it looks like Cole Campen and Tronchi Jr. have had some mutual hand signals there between each other to say, hey man, let's work together. Let's try to push away. I don't want this to be a 5-car battle. We'll see how they go down the back straightaway. Campen will take a look back. He sees he has a little bit of space. Continues to look back. Worried he'll bring everybody down to the wayside. Tronchi Jr. saying, hey man, I thought we agreed to stay up front, up top and work together. So they'll open it back up. That'll bring Bazinet and Corbett back into the mix as Campen will take us back down to the bottom.
Here we go, more staggering out. Corbett, Tronchi Jr. again on the squabble. That allows Bazinet to jump back into the 3rd spot again on the change around. Wild racing with still 5 laps to go. Musical chairs. Where does the music stop? Who ends up with the 1 remaining chair left to take the top step of the podium here today? So a lot of time to go. It's time to point forward for some of that. Right now, that doesn't seem to matter all too much for Corbett, at least. Seems to be just thinking about a move, possibly. Will that come? You see the charge coming up to the corner. Was it too close on the apex? Yes, had to back off with a little bit of the wake as he'll try to reset for the pole on the draft. Here he goes down the back. Nothing coming yet.
The question is, what will this do for Jamie Stewart and company from 5th on back? That last time by, they were a second quicker with how heavy the defending was from Campen, but the 3 of them still choose to battle. They could have had a shot at the top drivers here if they would have stayed slotted in line, but not sure if that'll happen as Campen continues to defend. Bazinet hops the curb trying to get on the inside of Corbett. He's unable to do so. So these top 4 drivers still battling like it's the last lap with 4 laps to go.
I mean, why not? You have an opportunity to try and take control of this race in your own hands. May as well try and see what you can do. And again, we've seen a couple people win from 3rd or 4th this weekend in some of the heat races, but it definitely helps to be up at least 2nd spot, you'd have to think. Look at that side-by-side again. That actually faked things out with the initial move. Campen trying to block off the run and went back to the outside. Corbett gets shuffled. So the 294 gets put back to 3rd. I think Campen wants Bazinet as the one attacking. Bazinet actually passing him, but goes to the runoff and loses all the spots anyway.
Big overdrive there from Bazinet as he tried to go around the outside. And welcome to the party, William Rossetti and company. This is now a 7-car battle for the lead here as Campen continues to take us down to the low side. He'll open up just slightly for turn 10, but still running defensive. As it sits right now, it's Campen, Corbett, and Tronchi Jr., your top 3. We'll see. Campen should take us to the low side. Yes, he does. Corbett tries to stay high. Tronchi Jr. will go low. That should bring him past Corbett. The rest of the group fizzles out. Not able to make anything happen. So now Tronchi Jr. will jump up to the 2nd spot. And Campen will take us low again.
And defensive, he knows he has to hold on in front, especially with the pressure building. 2nd is on again. Now Corbett Avanzo shuffling. Look at the contact that involves Rossetti and company. Stu and Avanzo's in the shuffle also. 3rd on back has lost a ton of ground as a result. And just like that, the top 2 have the buffer. How will this now go after that wild sequence? Remember, it's all back to about where we started. Remember, Bazinet was a heat winner yesterday. Rossetti was a winner. Campen was. Christopher Goulet was a heat winner also. But today, we find out who's going to get the edge. We're coming up to the final time, and it's a 2-car breakaway.
So unfortunate there for Robert Tronchi Jr. He had just gotten himself up into that second position. He now falls back almost to 10th place. Campen and Corbett looking to work together here for that back straightaway. White flag in the air. They'll split. Now, Campen going to try to hold it around the outside. It won't work. Corbett will still be our leader for now. Stewie up into the 3rd position. And Blake Freyo now in 4th as Campen will go low again. Corbett trying to get the over-under. Not able to do so. And for now, still slotted into line as we make our way towards turn 10.
Going to be an opportunity for a move if Corbett wants to try go for the surprise. Isn't able to get alongside. Campen marches his way through 11 and 12. Coming up towards the back straightaway. Will there be a chance to build a run? Stewart gets to the rear end of Corbett. They block to the inside. Will they be able to force the runoff for Campen? Yes, they'll try the outside themselves instead. Outside, Corbett drives up. Stewart up to second. Stewart going for the lead. Dive to the curb. Blocks off for second. And in the end, Jackson Corbett gets it done by more than a 10th.
What a race from our junior drivers. Around the outside for Jackson Corbett. Down the back straightaway and through turn 15 to overtake Cole Campen, who ultimately comes home in 4th. There's Jamie Stewie in 2nd. Blake Freyo in 3rd. As we mentioned, Cole Campen 4th, and Antoine Bazinet will round out your top 5. Hudson Jack Erlin able to pick up a few more spots to finish 6th. But ultimately, Robert Tronchi Jr. will fall all the way to 9th after having such a great drive there in the middle of the race. The remainder of your top 20 on your screen now, as well as the remainder of the field. We'll follow these drivers into the scale line.
With that in mind, I would chance for a break as well. You're watching Kart Chaser because we have one more race to go. We'll be back after this.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Well, going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Welcome back for the final race of the weekend. It's Point Karting Senior Light. This is Group A, and this will decide the final podium of the 2026 CKNA Canada Grand Nationals, the first ever here in Mont-Tremblant. Justin Prince alongside Cameron Reed as we're just about set for the karts to roll off. And we've seen some intense battles this weekend with drivers like Christopher Wakefield in multiple different series. But this race could go a lot of different ways, with drivers like Owen McCarthy looking to join into the fun now, and several others will roll off in this field. Remember, we were 78 strong to start the weekend. Now, we're into the final to set up Group A like so. We'll find out how they'll set up in the next moments or so, Cameron. But with that in mind here, who are you keeping an eye on among some of these drivers for this upcoming grid?
Yeah, the drivers like the likes of Christopher Wakefield and Sebastian Day have continuously been quick, as the number 99 is still stuck on the grid there. Super unfortunate for that driver. That's Scotty Watkins, will be unable to join this race. But Wakefield and Day have been super quick, continuously in both classes. So we'll see how they're able to shake out in this one. Jaden Hundal also will be a good driver to watch.
And it's going to be an interesting fight. Everyone's been interesting in their own different ways. But this is the final one of the weekend. And this is where the big chances are there. Looks like they are rolling. Scotty Watkins is, no, he's not. Roll down the hill. Now he talks to the crew members, sort of what they can do here. Curious if they're going to let him try to roll out after everyone else passes. That did happen at Coupe de Montreal last week. But up front, the rest of the field is going. A couple drivers steps onto the tram lines, but the green flag waves anyhow. Wakefield makes himself clear. And everybody else battles hard. It's 4 wide at the very back of the 20s. Parking lot in the 20s with at least 3 karts off. Make it 4, make it 7 as the top 3 run away.
And they're still side by side throughout the pack. You can see some of the drivers there trying to re-enter the track. Multiple drivers off and spun around. But for right now, Christopher Wakefield will still leave us off. I believe that's the 367 of Owen McCarthy behind him, and Quentin Murdoch in the 3rd position. So these 3 drivers off to a good start, but it's still close. Sebastian Day just behind in P4, receiving a little bit of help from, I'm not quite sure who that is behind Sebastian Day. We'll get an updated order for you guys here as we cross the line. But unfortunate there for a handful of drivers in turn 2.
Yeah, and right now some of those drivers that are part of those following Isaac T. Nicholas Capolongo again has not had a good weekend in terms of luck. Fabio back there, Brennan Taylor got held back. So many of the names we've seen contenders early on in the weekend get shuffled to end off it, and they're put in a very, very, very rough spots, if you will, early on lap number 2. But the leaders didn't run away necessarily as a result of everything else going about. Wakefield, though, running his own tempo to begin things off here. And obviously, when you have so many karts in this train, you have to wonder who's going to be the first one to get happy feet again and cause the breakup. This train is about 12 karts deep. It's going to be the lead that's the first one to dance around with some music. It's McCarthy that dances forward with Murdoch coming through.
And he'll carry multiple drivers with him. Sebastian Day now able to get, and Wakefield off the track. He will get a hip check and fall all the way down to the middle of that pack as drivers still go side by side. Wakefield off wide again in the exit of turn 1. So now we'll have to keep our eyes on Christopher Wakefield to see how much he's able to get back through the field here. So Owen McCarthy will now lead us off with Quentin Murdoch and Sebastian Day at bay. The 3 of them have a small breakaway from our driver Arnold Saburian and Jaden Hundal in the 4th and 5th position, which I actually believe Saborian might have been involved in that incident, as that's Hundo in 4th and Makovitsky in the 5th position. Saborian's there just behind Major. As you see Makovitsky now trying to make a move, he'll have to slot back in. Nope, then he'll think about it again. So Major Makovitsky will now move up into that 4th position.
Yeah, right now, all of them rumble on through. And remember, this kind of is a double below in the case of Wakefield. Now down to 12. Just got the word the official win did go the way of William Adams. Possibly there in the case, the medium situation, where Wakefield got uber aggressive then. Now his chance to try and redeem himself with at least one win has hit a lot of a snag, if you will. Not a little snag. But everyone else will see McCarthy march their way forward for now. Keep in mind, Prime Power Team, haven't talked too much about the team per se this weekend, is a team that has had a lot of history, if you will, been around for more than a decade, and has had a lot of drivers in this field. Rennie Grateller also a part of that camp, for example, your pylon. Robert Wickens was a part of that team at one point, for example. You had drivers recently like Patrick Woods talked, and so many others. Ken O'Keefe, a part of that camp. Going to be happy to see McCarthy lead some laps here in this senior light final with the size of the field.
Wakefield on your screen here, trying his best to make it back up, but Sebastian Day now makes a move. He wants to go into the 2nd position, move him up, and now this is back to being a 10-car train for the lead. So Sebastian Day, we'll see if he wants to get all the way up to the lead, or if he'll be okay with pushing Owen McCarthy for a few laps to try to create that breakaway. Again, we've seen Sebastian up front throughout the day yesterday in both senior light and senior medium, where often him and Wakefield were able to break away and just have a simple 2 to 3 kart battle come the last few laps. We'll see if that's what he prefers here, or if he'll ultimately want to go to the lead over McCarthy. As we head down that back straightaway, he's ready to go. Sebastian Day will pull out. He wants to lead.
He got on the podium, remember, with everything that happened at the end of that race. He ended up being 2nd in medium earlier. Oh, pit stop! Just like that, one of your top drivers just had to peel off the racetrack, and that will end up being McCarthy, who has to come in with an issue. McCarthy for the race lead is off the circuit after leading for 3 laps.
Wow, what an unfortunate finish from McCarthy. Was so fast and leading this race here just a few moments ago. We'll have to get a better idea of what happened to McCarthy there. But a 3-car breakaway now, led by Sebastian Day, Murdoch in 2nd, and Makovitsky in the 3rd position. So Burian, Hundo, and Stevens just a little bit further behind.
Look at the disappointment here. In the case of 367, you can just see, just standing by, right by the tech line. Oh, wow. Murdoch will take the lead themselves here. Murdoch with the help of the 369. Komsky able to help out on the pushes to make their way through. While some of the RVs already may be packing up here, look at that fence line. This is one of the more packed ones of the day. It is loaded to watch to find out what happens for the largest group of the field this weekend. To close out the weekend, everybody at the end of their seats with the top 3 still not breaking away because of all the squabbling.
These drivers are keeping us on our toes here. They are not content with pushing each other and working together. Although we have seen a slight breakaway towards the end of this lap from our 3rd and 4th place drivers. But nope, just through turns 10 and 11. Saborian now able to close that gap back up to Sebastian Day. But let's send it down to the pit lane. Frederic with McCarthy.
Yeah, so I'm with Owen McCarthy now. So unfortunately, your race just finished quicker. Can you tell me what happened?
Yeah, I just got my back bumper or my front bumper hooked. We were going through the final corner, and I got dragged into the pit lane.
Well, I'm sorry for you today. So what are you going to do about that now?
Well, there's nothing we can do about it now. just, you know, look at some footage, see if I maybe could have stayed on the track. I think I basically had the choice of the pit lane or the tire barrier. Yeah, I just refocus and do better next race.
Yeah, good luck for next time.
Well, contact being a big factor there as we had one card in the barrier. You just seen up in turn one. Everything's really kicking off, isn't it, all of a sudden? All while Mikulski gets himself up to the race lead. Will that last now? I think the answer is going to be a short no, but we are slowly losing karts in the group. Wakefield is the first in pack 2, around 10th or so, making 9th. With the way the separation's building up, and Wakefield, we know, might be pushing hard to get back up here, with everyone else taking this lap to calm down and take a breath.
Yeah, super unfortunate there for Owen McCarthy. To give you guys a better idea of exactly what he meant by that was when the pack went side by side there, his front bumper got hooked with another driver's rear bumper, and as he tried to get them unhooked, ultimately he was facing the pit lane, or as he mentioned, the tire barrier. So he had no opportunity to put the go-kart back on the track, forcing him to take the pit lane and end his own race early, although he did not have a mechanical failure. So a yellow flag there, another driver off the track. But for now, our top 9 still all packed up together. You can see Christopher Wakefield just at the edge of the frame below. He is in the 10th position, trying his hardest to get back up to this lead pack. But for now, Makovitsky and Day working well together. They've created a slight gap from Saburian and Murdoch. We'll see how long that lasts.
I think we're pretty set up for an air swap in the next moments or so with the way things are going. The REM machine have been quiet this weekend for one of those organizations that we've seen have a strong presence in other types of racing. But the 206s have been fighting hard this weekend here with their camp. A couple of them have had some top 5, top 10 speed, but now we'll find out if it's going to find a way to hold back some of the others. Keep in mind the point karting machine of Stevens amongst those inside the top 5, highest we've seen them this weekend. Also a part of those looking to charge the comp cart, as you see just to the signals to go for Murdoch. They're recognizing the speed difference there, and that allows several people to go through the open door.
So Murdoch will now move himself up ahead of Saburian into that 3rd position, and that has allowed Day to open up a large gap for himself and Makovitsky. That'll be much more comfortable for them as we end up just past the halfway point. And this one, we'll see if they're able to hold on to that gap, or if Stevens and Murdoch will be able to run them back down.
Yeah, I think this is going to be to where you have to find something now in terms of the pace difference. Last time by, it was about 1.4 on the difference between the leader and 3rd. Or rather 1.4, my goodness, 0.4 at some point. It's down to about 1 second now for Day and Murdoch on the distance. But we're coming up to lap 12. Look at some of those watching along here as you see some various competitors, various crew members also mixed in. Everybody. That includes Kevin Kane and Lucas Purnell amongst those watching along with intensity as some of these drivers stay tucked behind. The gap is indeed now 1.4.
Murdoch and Stevens working well together, but ultimately missing about 0.3 per lap, according to that last time by, off of the pace of Major Makovitsky and Sebastian Day. Although Stevens looking pretty quick in that point karting comp kart machine. He's all over the back bumper. Murdoch, we'll see what they were able to lay down this next time by as they head down the back straightaway. Still all following in line. No moves have been made yet. This pack working well together, trying their absolute hardest to run back down our leaders. Let's see when they cross the line here. They're able to match the pace of the leaders, but with a 1.4 second gap, they're gonna need a little bit more than just a like for like pace to our two front leading drivers.
Yeah, I think the pace is starting to pick up now. So let's find out pretty soon how this goes. Day, content right now in his red helmet to work along and set up things late. He's still up on the point now. The Racing Edge machine. Right now, they continue to march their way up through 13. See, the momentum is starting to really build up here. If they get within a few tenths here, there's a realistic chance they can suction up pretty quickly. And a couple of the drivers here are getting happy feet. No pass made. Instead, Alonso's in the battle box for third spot for now. About 5 laps to go. 5 to go on the event. And right now that interval did actually go up by 2/10 anyhow, despite the way the momentum was starting to pick up a little bit. The average over the past 5 laps, just about 0.15 here.
So far, our leaders out front, still able to open up that gap. It might be time for Brandon Stevens to make something happen, go to the lead of this group if he wants to try to run down the likes of Sebastian Day and Makovsky.
Exactly. I think, though, at this point, do you eventually start to back up Day, maybe? Try and slow him up and force him into the Hornet's Nest in the final couple laps? Force a battle for second so you can win the race? Or do you just prefer to be a one-on-one in your situation?
Yeah, you'd much rather have just a one-on-one battle here. You don't want to put yourself in a position that could bring in another 5 or 6 drivers into this fight. So for Major Makovsky, this is the ideal situation, is to have just one driver to battle with come time for the end of this race in just a few laps. Now, if that gap was a little bit closer, if Quentin Murdoch and Brandon Stevens were only a few car lengths behind, that's definitely a play that Makovsky might try. But with the gap being so big and their pace being substantially better than that of Murdoch and Stevens, this is the ideal situation, a one-on-one battle, as we will come around. Should be just 3 laps to go.
And right now, that battle amongst the podium spots looks comfortable. You can tell in the top 5 of the celebrations again for the trophy hardware. Right now, all 5 of them have built up buffers, but it's the question, who's going to get what trophy? Rennie trying to move on Stevens. Stevens keeps alongside, going through 2. Contact. Here we go. It's up for grabs for third, the top 5. Line by side 3 wide. Contact. Stevens is spun. One driver and Rennie goes on a ride to the grass. And there goes Stevens amongst those in the parking lot, trying to get the kart fired back up.
What a incident there, as the 2 drivers who went side by side, Saborian and Group, tried to come down the inside. One of them popped the curb there, which ultimately brought him on top of the other drivers. Now, where will this move Christopher Wakefield? As we take a look here, I believe he's now in the 6th position, but this is all super spread out. Christopher Wakefield might have a shot at getting back on the podium here in the 5th position. After that chaos ensues, it's 2 to go. Makovsky and Day still lead us. Murdoch 3rd. Saborian now will be 4th. Christopher Wakefield in the 5th position.
Yeah, this is going to get wild, to say the least, with Wakefield now up there, as were some of the chaos that brewed. Caution flag still waving, obviously, at that part of the racetrack where the contact was. So, that's going to cause a little bit of slow-ups there. We are losing karts with attrition. That includes some of those that are falling down, like Hundal down the order. Quintel was amongst those on the off-tracks, also in amongst the carnage. But this is the battle for the final win of the event. Makovsky's is trying to hold on up at the point, but here comes Day. Day was battling all throughout the medium earlier. Can he get a win in light instead? He clears. It's Day up in front, coming to the white flag.
Sebastian Day has seen this play out in all the heat races of 2 classes. He feels that the better spot is to be in the lead on the last lap as Makovsky goes down the inside in turn 2. Day will let him have it. He won't fight it too hard. He's now going to try to get down to the inside into turn 3. Makovsky will let him have it. So now they're still side by side through turn 4. Clean racing up to this point. Makovsky will go back down the inside. We'll see what Sebastian Day has for him as they line up to make it through turn 10.
Couple more opportunities to go for Day to get the spot back again for the REM Kart in front though. Can they defend? Here comes Day looking outside, looking for a strong cut. Bobbled out to the outside anyway. It's side by side down the backstretch. Day makes the pass before they even get midway down it. Now Day tries to go lower. Outside, Makovsky's. He's now sticking it. Side by side, final corner. Day on the inside. Makovsky's outside. They bump and bang. 3 wide as Murdoch somehow gets to second. But it's Makovsky's who gets the edge. 33 1,000s, 39 1,000s cover the top 3.
What a finish there across the line. 3 wide, Major Makovsky's around the outside and ultimately in the grass there a little bit along the front straightaway. He's going to bring it on for REM. Quentin Murdoch able to squeeze through to get a P2 there on the LGK Racing Kart. And Sebastian Day, 3rd place for Mark Steele and Steele Motorsports. Take a look at the rest of your top 20 here. But what a finish. Christopher Wakefield able to make it happen and come back to finish P5 with Declan Black up 10 positions to finish P6. Extremely crazy race there towards the end. We'll definitely follow these drivers into the scale line, as I'm sure there'll be some emotions from multiple of those drivers. What a heartbreaker for some of the others, such as Brennan Taylor, Gianluca Savalio, Brandon Stevens, Jaden Hundahl. Some of the drivers there towards the back of the field.
And it came down to a razor-thin margin this time. What a finish, what a ride in the REM Kart with the edge. Everyone joins on in. Frederic is waiting along for your celebration.
When you're ready, Major.
That's a crazy fucking ending. What a race! So good. That ending is crazy.
Holy!
Oh, Joe Dirt, man.
When he's going.
Not bad for a guy like you. Wait, they're trying to be here. Hey, didn't you win the Interclass 1 last year?
Yeah, so I'm here with the Major. So how does that feel to be the first to win Canadian National and by 0.033?
Wow, it's honestly amazing. I started 7th, so good starting position, and then through the race, honestly, from lap, I think it was 5, I got to the lead, controlled it from there. Last lap was really crazy, good racing from Sebastian, and yeah, good race.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
For the excitement, especially for the who finished second there today. Cameron, final thoughts on this event, as that was definitely one to watch to end off the weekend.
Fantastic event by all of the CKNA officials. We want to thank all of our CKNA officials for all the work that they've done, all of our Kart Chaser group there in Quebec as well. Definitely needs to be a bucket list item for myself and my team, and I hope some of you guys at home plan to come next year to the Canadian Grand Nationals. Thank you, Justin, as always. Let's get your final thoughts on that fantastic race.
There's a lot of intense racing here, and there's a reason I think so many people like the Tega Karting Academy in terms of the facility here. Beautiful scenic views, but also beautiful racing we've seen. Yes, we've seen some eventful moments, but for the most part, it was clean racing throughout, intense battling, and Senior Light had saved the best for last. But on that note, just about time to say goodbye for the on-track activities on the facility. We still have podiums to come up here, though, for the awards. Again, your celebrations will decide who gets those awards, a part of the NORAM Awards ceremony. We'll go to a countdown until that point, but until then, for Camera Reed, I'm Justin Prince saying we'll see you in a bit for your podium.
base of these trophies are 4.5-inch solid maple, which is Canadian. It represents the Canadian shield or the Laurentian, which is Canadian, and we hope this becomes an icon trophy like the bear, for those of you who know what it is. It'll be this each year that we have it. Merton Jungara from Black Circles, if you'd come up.
Right behind you.
Oh, there you are. He's going to help present the trophies. Thanks to all our sponsors. I don't know if you guys heard because it was, we announced it today, but we take the fastest lap of each final and we put it in a draw. And we draw for 2 $500 cash prizes. So you didn't have to finish first. If you had the fastest lap in that final, including the A final, the B final in each one, you have a 1 in 9 or 2 in 9 chances to win 500 cash.
All right, let's start right now with the race this class. Hopefully these are in order. If they're not,
you go over there and I'll pass.
We're going to do it in the order I read them in anyway. Junior class, Martin's over there.
Oh, perfect.
Sorry. So where we start?
Junior. Junior B. Bravo.
So all we do is the winner of each one, and then receive entry fee to bracket.
Yeah, for the 2 teams, they each get one. That's just the winner.
Okay, so the junior B group, the B groups, we're just going to have the winner of each B group. And the winner of the junior B group, which gets an entry for Brecken, I think everybody knows who he is, number 6, Chris Brecken!
Hey, no suit, no prize. I don't even know. Shit. I already know that.
Senior light fee fund.
Okay.
Are we all done? Oh, okay. Moving on, senior night group B, the winner only, number 787, Felipe Kingsley.
Bye-bye.
There he is. Congratulations, Felipe. And entry to the Brecken race. It's pretty cool. Okay, moving on to the legends lap. Top 5. Fifth place number 881, Sylvain Colombi. Sylvain. Okay, Sylvain in the legends class. Here he comes. Out of Premier Karting. Oh, and good job.
Oh, we'll just step you over there. Yeah.
Fourth place. Okay, fourth place, number 898, Daniel Quirmon. There you go, Daniel. Third place, number 422, Stephen Goble. All right, Stephen. Another crowd favorite. Cheer for your favorite, by the way. It was awesome there.
Congrats. Thank you, sir. Good job. Good job, man. Good race. We get it in about a minute.
Second place, number 475, Jamie And a big winner, number 470, Ellie Hinkle.
I was hoping you guys stay with us. Good job. Now wrong choice. I was hoping for some fireworks.
There you go.
You know what? Both of you guys. One come on one side and Jared come on the other side. Good job. Yeah. Made him work for it. Yeah. Oh yeah. No easy. All right. Good. Good. Are we getting them above the head or what? Good guys. You want to hold them up? Right up. Hold them up high. Okay. Come on. Hold them up. Okay. Good job, guys. You're hired.
The women's cadet class, 6th place number 42, Zachary Lourdier. In the cadet class, 4th place number 13, Max Kasukas. Third place, number 93, Mateo Romeo. Hey, Mateo. Second place, number 25, Ethan Smith. And the big trophy goes to number 32, Nathan Stockwell. You may need to bring some muscle with you for that trophy.
Go on up. Go on up first. Be careful, it's very heavy, okay? I'm telling you, it's heavy. Whoa!
And that really is heavy, by the way, if you get a chance to pick it up later on.
Gary.
He's not being funny or silly.
Can you hold it up, you think? Ethan, hold it up? Yeah. All right, here we go. I got it. Good job, guys.
Hold them up. Hey, stop walking.
You were too slow.
Ethan, hold them up. Come on, above the head. There you go.
Ellie, you gotta be quicker.
Yay! Congratulations, everybody. Senior medium. 5th place, number 741, Mindy Grotto. Hey, Mindy, another favorite. 4th place, number 27, Christopher Wakefield. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, he had to catch a plane. Are you standing in? Dave. Last name was Dave. First name is...
Oh, you're going to stand in?
Annabelle. That's right. N-A-B-E-L.
No, he already got his trophy.
Okay.
No, that's not his trophy. That's no, but just hold it. Oh, yeah. Gotta give it to third place.
Find one of the 4th place ones.
Third place, number 95, John Wade. John Wade.
Let's go.
Good job, mister.
Second place in senior youth motor race number 3, that's Destiny.
Good job.
And the big winner is senior youth number 41, William Arrow.
Put your head down. I'm not joking, it's heavy. Right. Derek.
Oh, that's the girl.
You're like a squirrel. Hold him up, yeah. Okay. Good. Everyone good? Good job, guys.
Master top 5. Number 814 and 5th place, number 814, Michael Roche. Mike here?
Oh, yeah. Probably.
There he is. Fourth place, number 807, Matthew Martin. Third place in the Masters, number 69, Matthew Ramirez. Here you go, Matthew. Second place, number 833, Patrick Boyer.
Yes, sir, Bob. Station is third. Station, mon champion.
And they went away for Maryland, the embassy, number 1244, John Price.
Congratulations. Go on up, I'll give it to you.
Derek. Derek. Gerald.
I got a little ADHD, right? A little? Just a little.
That's good.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, everybody.
Nice job, boys.
Next up, CKNA, fifth place. Dalton Watson.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Here, Dalton.
Congratulations.
Fourth place, number 49, Joseph Bezan. And then we have third place, number 361, Michael Coggins.
Huh? Yeah, we got all that. Congratulations.
I'm getting excited. Second place, number 521, Noah Van Stratton.
Congratulations.
And the big winner in this class, heavy class, is number 422, Jason Roxman.
Tell Eric he wasn't allowed on.
Attaboy, Jay.
Thank you.
I was told his 10 entries were going to stretch Armstrong.
I'd ask you to hold it up, but no, we don't need to.
And it's pretty special because he come out of retirement to do this race.
Wow.
There we go.
They're good.
Look at all the camera crews we're picking up.
You want a hand now?
Oh, you all right?
You raced 2 weeks ago. I only raced 2 weeks ago because of this. Good job, man. Thank you.
All kinds of congratulations to next class juniors, fifth place, number 215, Antoine Bezenet.
Jeff.
Where's the neon suit? You fit in the Skull Tyler? You'd fit. Maybe. Maybe closer to Brandon.
Fourth place, number 229, Cole Camden. Third place, number 208, Blake Frigo.
Great show. Good knock. Go you. Don't forget it.
Blake Frigo. Second place, number 207, Jamie Stewin.
Woo! Good job, Jamie.
And first place, top spot on the podium, the big trophy, the big Emmy trophy, number 294, Jackson Corbett. Jackson driving the Burrell, sponsored by Prime Power Team.
Bye-bye.
Wait. No. There you go. Make sure he's looking the right way. Yeah. Let me know if you get it. I got some. I'll have everything posted on my channel. You can look through it all and actually you can pick what you want on there.
Yeah. Fourth place, number 67, Arnaud Sabourin. Sabourin.
Good job, Alman.
Arnaud Sabourin.
Good job, Ludo. Just bad.
Are you standing in for everybody there, Annabelle?
Just Christopher. Oh, we don't have a fifth though.
Legendary trophy.
We need a fifth.
Third place, number 310, Sebastian Day. Where are you, Sebastian? You seem to be coming up here quite a bit.
I'm too lazy. I'm in the right places. Not in the right guy.
Second place, number 342, Quinton Murdoch.
Good job, man.
And the big winner, number 369, Nathan Mikowski.
Okay.
Team Major.
Good job, Major.
Loud cheers from the crowd when Major won.
Oh, nice job. All right, hold him up. Let's win.
Yeah!
One more.
Congratulations, everybody.
Good race.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.